people into it. Hello, everyone, and welcome to this week's exciting edition of Victory Never Sleeps. We are in for a special episode this evening. I have wanted to get Chris on to do this episode for a while now, and lining up stuff to where there was time and availability. We finally bring it to you today. Chris, thank you for joining us. Your episodes are always awesome. Chris is an extraordinary historical mind that can regale us with riveting tales of the past. He does a great job with that. I'm always looking forward to his episodes. They're awesome, and there's something that you all in the audience seem also to enjoy. Top of the show stuff. If you are able, or if you are, if you desire to make yourself able, we would love to see you guys at Disa Thing at Njordshof in White Springs, Florida. That's coming up in February the 20th through the 22nd. It's going to be an amazing time with amazing people in a truly amazing place. So that's awesome. If you can make it there, we'd love to see you there. I will be in attendance. It is kind of the big event for Njordshof, so should be able to meet a lot of wonderful people there, and I would like to meet you guys there. So, member or not, if it's something you're interested in attending, contact a local folk builder. They can get you all set up, and we'd love to see you there. Other news, working on the payoff of Phrasehoff. We are getting closer all the time. We are at 34.3% paid off, which is fantastic. We have 82,118 remaining. If every single member were able to donate $112 today, that would be entirely paid off. Just to get kind of an idea of the scope of it, you guys have been extraordinarily generous. Much appreciated. You guys are awesome. If you want to, runestone.org/donate, and you can help us contribute to paying that off. Speaking of generosity, GW Farnsworth, as always, started us out with a $50 donation, half towards this program and half towards folk services. We appreciate you so much. You really do set the example of generosity for our folk, which is really amazing. And like I said, very much appreciated. The top of the show, Flavel family note. We are very excited. We will be moving to Tennessee at the end of this month. So that's awesome. Stay tuned to, see that or any adjustments that might need to be made. Please send us feedback or share feedback with us if you want, as far as, do we like the time slot of when Victory Never Sleeps is currently, or do we have a bunch of audience that wants to participate and listen live that ends up missing it? It's opportunity for a reshuffle or not. So that's something that we are kind of discussing a little bit. I think that's what I've got for the top of the show. The idea of tonight's show is kind of far-ranging. There's some things that will coalesce around, but we welcome, questions from the audience as always. If you have questions, please just ask them in the chat, or you can send them now or in the future to vns@runestone.org, and we'd be happy to answer them when we, as soon as the next available opportunity from when we get them. We have a couple folks already sent some in for tonight. Yeah, concept tonight is, what did Asatru look like when it was officially suppressed and no longer a socially acceptable or legally viable option for the vast majority of our ancestors? The call of our folk soul and the troth to the Aesir was on simmer, and there were a number of people, and there's a number of echoes through it during that time, as well as some standout practitioners. So kind of discussing what that looked like in the period between the official conversions and between the Romantic period are what we're discussing tonight. Wondered if we want to get all the things. We've got some questions already at the top of the show. I think we may want to hit those questions first, then get into the topic, and then answer subsequent questions as they come up. I think they're not related to the topic, whereas these might be a bit random. All right, first question. Why, as white people, does society and school systems teach us to feel bad for being white? As kids used to say, they hate us because they ain't us. I really do think that there is, we could discuss that question for the entirety of the show and beyond, but I think there's some common themes that we're all aware of. Forces of chaos out there take many forms. There has been a conscious effort by subversive elements in society that are chaotic and that are anti-white, anti-tradition, to tear down Western civilization and rebuild it in a universalist, communist, you can apply different political names to it depending on the decade, but we still see the continuation of that. The forces of, progressive anti-tradition want to destabilize that which has created tradition and upheld tradition. In the West, that is the heterosexual white man. So there has been a conscious push in the school system and in political elements of society to make us the bad guy and make everyone who's not us somehow oppressed or the good guy. And we've seen that for a very long time. The idea is to destabilize civilization and rebuild something in a way that benefits chaotic and destructive elements instead of traditional Western elements that have literally built civilization. And we see that a lot. They hit us especially in the school system because, as everyone knows, for good or for ill, your opportunity to make the most lasting impact is on young, impressionable minds. And so they take full opportunity of that to advance their goals and their efforts. And I really do think it's not merely a political thing. It's absolutely a spiritual struggle that we are under. And it's one that a lot of our folk, thankfully, are waking up to, though. Chris, do you have anything to add on that?
Just on the individual end, I think ignorance is part of it. I think it's a chain of ignorance. It's a chain of people not knowing how they are supposed to behave as white people and what that means for them to do. And so when they are presented with the alternative, the communism, then they sort of roll with that instead of taking the time to stop and think, well, wait, no, this is wrong. At the opposite end from the big picture, the small picture, I think a lot of it comes down to ignorance. I think a lot of it comes down to people, unfortunately, not knowing any better.
And I also think it comes down to a lot of useful idiots. And I mean that in all the senses of the word. If you create and you propagate through the means of communication in society and you virtue signal hard enough that one group of people is the bad guy and is evil and is what's wrong with everything all the time, and you push that message enough, you develop a momentum of its own amongst people who are largely historically ignorant and genuinely have no idea. And I think that because the media and the means of communication has been monopolized for a very long time by people who are in that camp, by people that want to destabilize and demonize specifically heterosexual white men, but white people in general and Western civilization, it's very easy for a lot of, not evil intentioned, but just people who don't know any better to accept that as truth and continue the momentum. So
while we're just kind of
forced, go ahead.
Just to say, while we're just kind of musing on this, I think that a lot of white people these days also do not feel consequences for being white, either good or bad.
Mm-hmm.
So just as an example, if you're like a Yazidi or a Druze or one of these ethnic minorities in the Middle East, if you counter signal your own existence, the results of that are a lot different than if you are someone living in, I'm just pulling one out of a hat, South Dakota, counter signaling your own existence and your people's civilization. The consequences are not nearly as dire in that case.
So again, we could literally talk about that topic all day, every day for a very, very long time, and many people do. What is the title of Spekinger in the AFA? It is literally the Old Norse equivalent of Witten, which is the current title, and it means the exact same thing in an AFA context. And it means virtually the exact same thing in a historical context. I have been trying, I've been trying steadily for a couple of years now to our unify our language in how we talk about spiritual things. It is always completely appropriate to use common modern English to describe the things we do. That is fine. Nobody's trying to force anyone to learn Old Norse or force you to do something outside of your comfort zone. But one thing that is important in our maturing as a faith, as a church, and moving forward in the best unified way. And again, our gods are gods of order and are in opposition to forces of chaos. So for a while, because the rediscovering and reforging of Asatru involved learning from diverse regions and diverse tribes over diverse centuries, we get mixes of Gothic, of Icelandic, of German, of Swedish, of Norwegian, of Anglo-Saxon language, and mix and match throughout our use of terms. And in some cases, like weird and urd, they genuinely cause a certain amount of confusion because we're using different languages and different words that literally mean the same thing to describe different nuance. And specifically, it's just incongruent. So you can use regular English for anything you want. Nobody's going to scold anybody for calling it the Witten, but Spechinger is the same title. It means wise man or sage and was applied to advisors or counselors to Norwegian kings. And in that way, it's very similar to the Witten in a Anglo-Saxon kingship model, to where literally the wise men, which is what that word means, to advise that king were. It's the exact equivalent. So yeah, I hope that clears up any confusion there. And I was trying not to bombard everybody with everything all at once a couple of years ago. So that's why I waited till the first of the year to start using it.
We do have a lot of very people who pay attention though, because there's been like 20 people that have asked, and we just rolled that name out there under the radar.
Good. Well, it's good that people are noticing and good that people are paying attention, and we welcome any and all questions on this kind of stuff. So thank you for asking, Caleb. If somebody had to do community service as part of some sort of criminal sentence or prerequisite for a degree, could it be completed by working at the Hof? Could it be done in person if the person was not folk? Yes. Yes, in all of those cases, if they weren't folk, I think the circumstance might matter, but is it legally acceptable? Absolutely. Just as it would be working in any other church-related community service. We have had people who have needed to do that for punitive reasons, but also we've had scout troops needing to do that for community service merit badge qualifications. People have had to do that for various school projects. There's been a variety of people that have needed to find something to log hours for community service. And specifically with our food pantries, that's been something that a number of people have done over the years. Can you think of any direct interventions by our gods within living memory?
The hand on your shoulder and Founder McNallen getting turned invisible.
Well, so I was going to say, it depends on how direct. I mean, in a lot of ways, there are a lot of things that many of us see and experience as direct interventions. But I think the three very obvious ones that come to mind, but it's not exhaustive, are when Sven-Bjørn Bjørnson and his associates went to get Asatru officially recognized as a religion in Iceland. Iceland is not known to have thunderstorms, but Ásatrúar has always been particularly revered in Iceland. And originally, they weren't taken serious, and the government was disinclined to grant them recognition. And when they went to visit the governing authority to make that happen, as soon as they're kind of like, no, we're not doing this, a massive thunderstorm hit Iceland and knocked out power to a substantial portion of the island, if not the entirety of it. And that caused the legislators to immediately rethink and give them the appropriate recognition. And so I think that was a very standout one. Our founder, Steve McNallen, and he's told the story on the show, but I think he certainly tells it better. But he did a lot of reporting from war zones in the late 80s and very early 90s. And that was a time of significant political upheaval, specifically in Africa. And he found himself in a strange spot where a revolution occurred, like while he's in the air. And he finds that he doesn't have the right papers to travel to the country he was going to. And previously, there had been people who were summarily taken off the landing area and executed for such an infraction. So when the party that was in power and their military guards at the airfield were lining people up, and they all had their AKs and were getting people in line and checking everybody's papers, Steve didn't have the right papers, and he was in a very, very real danger of losing his life. And he went through line, and the way he describes it is the guard that was checking papers was very meticulous, checking every single person's papers and giving them a thorough examination as they went through. And he, checked the guy in front of Steve thoroughly, looked him in the eye, made sure his papers matched, waved him through. And then, as if he looked right through Steve and Steve wasn't even there, went to the person behind Steve and went through the same process. When Steve, realized that the guy had moved past Steve, he kind of cautiously moved forward and went about his business, and no more was said of it. And I don't know if Steve was turned invisible or if the guard was blinded or mesmerized in some way, or exactly the mechanics, but the guy whose job it was to remove Steve and shoot him was oblivious to Steve's existence, and in front of him, it's clear as the nose, nose on your face. So that was a very important one. That sparing of Steve that day allowed this to take root and happen, and we're still celebrating the fruits of it. And then, in a personal way, 1 year after I had started leading the Asatru Folk Assembly, and it was a very difficult year of challenges, and one that it was a year of testing. Was at Ostara of 2016, Ostara in the South, at a camp, I believe, in Georgia. And I was, so when there's a change, and again, I'm going to misstate this in a scientific way, and it's not intended to be scientific. There's a change in the air pressure or something sometimes when things are spiritually dense. Sometimes you just feel a presence. Sometimes you just feel something's different. There's something in the air. And this was a particularly special time, and one that I think was ripe with that kind of feeling. And as I was going to bless the horn and stand up to do high sumbel that evening, I was particularly feeling the gravity of the moment and the gravity of the responsibility. And as I got up to bless the horn and begin stumble, someone put a hand on my shoulder. And it was just a really, really nice thing to do. You know, it was the perfect thing I needed at the moment that filled me with reassurance and appreciation. And it was like the most loving and perfect, nice thing at the time. And so I turned around to, give kind of a nod of thanks to whoever had done it. I assumed it was, maybe Alan or, another one of our leaders. There was no one behind me. There was no one within arm's reach. But it wasn't as if a hand was on my shoulder. A hand was on my shoulder. And I believe very much that was, the hand of the All-Father. And I think that's, in my life, the most specific, like direct was the question, direct intervention that I felt. I hope that touches on it. I think that gets to the meat of the question.
Just to throw some context on the story about the All-Father placing the hidden helm upon the herald's brow. He had been serving in the armed forces in Germany up until this time, and then he decided to take what is called a European out, which is basically where the military gives you like a plane ticket back to the US and you can just use it wherever, right? So you just party around Europe, end up wherever, get on the plane, go back home. And he decides to go to Africa to have to interact with some interesting people down there. And after that, he was going to come home and dedicate himself to the cause of Asatru. So in the sense of this would not be here had this not happened, there's more gravitas there. This would literally not be here had this not happened. This was like and then he goes home and does this moment, right?
Yeah. Yeah. And our situation, our world would look really different and this broadcast would not be happening. So, does the AFA believe there's anything to fear in death / the afterlife? Or is it something to be looked forward to on some level? Yes. Yes to all, but with a couple of clarifications. I think there is always a gravity when you get to find out a verdict. And I don't think that you are, necessarily judged at the time of death. I think you're being judged right now and perpetually by both your ancestors and the Aesir. I think you find out what that looks like when it's time for you to have, a warm reception, a frosty reception, or no reception at all on the other side of the veil. I think for the vast majority of us, there's much to look forward to. A reunion with loved ones, a special increase in knowledge and, of understanding things that you didn't in the course of your life. But I think that's as variable as it is to those of us here. For people who have been found worthy and are amazing people and have lived amazing lives, then, celebration is in order. And the lore speaks of celebration after the death of heroes. But for people that have been getting by with being dishonorable and being ignoble, I think their fate and, being judged, receiving the judgment of their ancestors and the gods is probably something to be worried about in a time of unpleasantness. I think for a select few that are just inherently villainous, it's, I think it's something to be feared. I think it's probably also something to look forward to. So the misery of their existence is done. But again, there's not a simple answer to that because our existence is not simple. But no, I don't think it is inherently something that ought to inspire fear. But I think we have fear about it, all of us, because uncertainty breeds fear.
Just to say real quick, the fate of the particularly villainous is something, there is something to be said about be a good person, because the fate of people who are really bad people is not good. You should behave lest bad things happen to you in the afterlife. I think that would be something to be said about if you had to fear something in the afterlife, not being so ignoble. I wouldn't want that to happen.
And the most scary thing I think in the afterlife is we don't know exactly how everything works or exactly the amount of wisdom that exists there in the form of our ancestors or whatever else, but the mystery and your ability to hide things, I think, isn't present there. I think if you have been escaping justice and escaping consequence for being a bad person, I think things that you can hide or, con the people around you in life, I don't think you have that same ability to lie to yourself, to lie to your ancestors, and to lie to the spiritual powers beyond the veil. I think those beings are able to perceive beyond your ability to con them or bamboozle them. So people who've lived dishonestly, I think, have something in particular to fear, because truth, I think, is attainable there in a different way than it is here on this side. As I'll hear you, Gothi, which stanza of the Havamal do you think is the most important? All right. So these are the questions that you don't ask me if you want a quick answer or if you want to not have a bunch of dead air. Because when asked absolutes, I have a hard time. Like, if this were something simple and not weighty, Matt, what is the best breakfast cereal? I think the answer you're supposed to give is you just come up with one you like and throw it out. But I would sit there and analyze the pros and cons of frosted, say, corn-based cereal versus a rice-based one. And you could go through forever weighing them. One of the things that I think is particularly useful and beautiful about the Havamal is it has wisdom for the priority of what is the most important verse has everything to do with your circumstance and the season in your life that you find it. There are verses that are going to mean a lot as a young man who's setting out on his own, going to mean a different thing as a father, going to mean a different thing as somebody who is on the receiving end of something. If you're a woman and you're interacting with men, verses are going to be more important to you than others. If you're a man interacting with women, there's so much there so what's the ultimate one that's the most important? I don't think I could give you the honest answer on that. One that is one of my favorites. And again, I'd have to go and find the stanza. But man, now that I'm saying that, I'm even going back and forth on my head of but is it the most important? Which one is? Which one isn't? Tons of them are. I think that and I don't want to butcher it. And normally, if I would have pre-read the question, I couldn't have thrown it to Chris because he couldn't answer as Alsheri Gothi. So the pressure's all on me. The one about loyalty and about not making deals with and not being a friend to your friend's enemies. Loyalty is an easy thing for us to talk about, but it's something that I've seen particularly lacking in our folk, if we're honest with ourselves. And I've seen a lot of our people that get it in the term of a slogan don't apply it or contemplate it in the terms of their real life. So I'd have to find the number, and I will as soon as I throw it back to Chris. I will find you the exact quote and the exact number. But the idea of, be loyal to your friends and give gifts to your friends, but don't ever be on the side of your friend's enemy. We are part of connected relationships, and loyalty is more than just being nice to the person across from you. It's also aligning your alliances in life with theirs to be loyal. It's not to aid the enemies of your friends, because that is disloyal. And a lot of our folk have trouble internalizing that. So I think that one's particularly valuable for our day and age. Just because, Chris, is there a favorite one that you have, or one you think is particularly important for our folk at this time?
The two that came to my mind immediately, as I frantically tried to break deer in the headlights there for when this got passed to me, was the one about man being the joy of man, about not squirreling yourself away and being alone. I think that's really important these days. I think it's really important to keep in mind that there's a lot of forces out there, knowingly, unknowingly, inherently, and intentionally nefariously, perhaps not as intentionally nefariously, trying to drive people into being these hyper atomized individuals with no connections to anyone. Loyalty doesn't matter in the slightest if you have no one, and if no one has you. And the other one that came to mind was 127, the one about separating good from evil. I think that's something important to keep in mind. I also, just to comment on loyalty real quick, I think there's also something to be said about the fact that one of the 9 noble virtues is fidelity. It's not just about saying you're on the team. It's actually about doing the thing when it comes time to. It's about being true to the person or whatever you're fidelitous to. It's about living true to them. It's not just about saying, yeah, I like this, I like that, I don't like this, I don't like that. It's about when the chips are down, you actually do the thing. When you are required to, put your money where your mouth is or shut up, you actually put your money where your mouth is. That is something that's very important in this day and age, I think.
Yeah, the verse I was thinking of was stanza 43. A man shall always be a friend to friends and to the friend of a friend, but never a friend to a friend's enemies. What ways can we learn more about Asatru other than reading books? I'm not a big fan of reading, and I want to learn more. So I appreciate that, because that's honest. One of the other things I've noticed about our people, we live in the age of the virtue signal. And it's easy to see it when, wokeist virtue signal, but our team virtue signals a lot too. Every one of us is the greatest athlete. We only eat the healthiest food, and we read all the time and most studious. And no, there's a lot of people that, maybe reading's not their thing, or maybe it's hard for them to find time in their day to do it. So and actually, Chris, take that. My answer is twofold, but I want Chris to take a shot at it first.
Yeah, so this program is a good one to learn a lot about Asatru on, because very often when people ask about learning about Asatru, they're given these like huge weighty tomes, like Lady with a Mead Cup. Lady with a Mead Cup is great, but there's Asatru, the religion deriving from the eternal principles of the gods, and then there's anthropological trivia about the Cherusci circa 50 BC, which is fun and all, but it's not Asatru. And when you're given these weighty tomes, you have to do a lot of sorting to figure out, does this matter? Was this worth thinking about, given that it might actually be completely useless to know this, at least if you're trying to live in accordance with divine will. So I think programs like this, which are directly aimed at, talking about Asatru today, are very important. As far as listening, consuming things like the Poetic Edda goes, there is readings of these things on the internet that you can listen to. If you work a job where you can listen to podcasts, for example, you can get through a lot of material by listening to it read to you. There's a lot of classical books. I don't know if the Eddas are on YouTube, but I know, for example, a lot of the works of Plato have been read and uploaded to YouTube, and you can listen to a Platonic dialogue, which is actually what you're supposed to have done. So certainly the episodes of Victor Never Sleeps, where the Altairgothy and Spechinger Svan Harrell read through the Poetic Edda, I mean, that is how in oral tradition these poems is meant to be consumed. You're meant to hear it, declaimed to you by a poet. So I think that is a very good way to learn this material, if you have to go in, reading these texts yourself, as it were. I think in the future we'll be getting a lot more material on YouTube for educating people on this stuff.
So, well, I was going to say, reading is awesome. I love to read. But our ancestors who practiced this faith, how do I want to say it? In the, the Ark Asatru period, didn't read it. It was transmitted orally. In fact, the Edda translates into something akin to like your grandmother's tales. You would learn this from your elders or from the Gothar, and they would teach these things as they became relevant. They would tell stories as those stories had a place and a time, and they would set context. Shameless plug, but yes, you can listen to this program, and hopefully this is if I didn't think this is a good way for you to learn about Asatru, I wouldn't be doing it. So it is genuine. I hope that you guys feel that way. That is the aim of the program, and I do think it's a really valuable resource, not only to get fed stuff about Asatru, but also to relate to other people that may be in a similar place you are, that may have questions that you've had or that have occurred to you that you haven't been able to ask, and you can see those questions get answered to real people and in a way that hopefully relates to you and you can find useful. Ideally, if you listen to all the shows, you'd find many of the same questions answered in different ways for a different person in a different situation. I think also, though, doing Asatru is a good way to learn about Asatru. Going to your Hof, going to a group of AFA members who are doing bloat and doing Asatru, you can learn a lot, and you learn in a participatory and authentic way by building that relationship with the Aesir. And I think in a subtle way, do those things, but then apply that knowledge to things you do on your own when you make offerings at your altar and when you find ways to incorporate Asatru in your daily life. But I think that participation and listening to actual practitioners of Asatru and the priests of our faith, the Gothar, I think that's a very good way and is the most quote unquote traditional way to learn about Asatru. Take this time to say Nick in Ohio donated $10 each to Sigerheim and to Phrasehoff. Thank you so much, Nick in Ohio. We appreciate you. And Gilbert, also a stalwart of our amazing donors. We appreciate you so much. He donated $150 towards beautifying Thorshoff. So thank you for that, Gilbert. So these are the ones I saw. We're going to get more stuff as we go on, but I do want to get into the main meat of where we're at tonight. I also want to mention
two more donations as well. You missed.
I didn't. I was getting to them. Didn't let me finish my sentence. So I'm literally looking at them right now, and I was going to mention them before we got into the stuff as I was scrolling down. Leroy in Michigan donated $20 towards Phrasehoff. Thank you, Leroy. We appreciate you. And Steve bought us 2 coffees. Thank you for buying us the coffees. That, I believe, is a $10 donation. So thank you for that. We appreciate it.
And if you are in Michigan, you should get in contact with me at csavich@runestone.org. Nick can throw that up on the screen. I would love to hear from any Michiganders who are in the audience.
That's what you guys call yourselves?
Michiganders? Yeah.
First time encountering that term.
Yeah, Lincoln gave it to us.
Not a fan.
Not as a good name. Not as a good name.
All right, Chris. So you may begin.
All right. So we are covering here the understanding, engagement with, conceptualization, practice of Asatru between the period that we refer to as the end of the conversion and the Romantic period. So this is a kind of period in between a getting rid of this stuff and then a subsequent finding out about it again. So a brief history of Scandinavia, actually brief, real quick regarding religion here. So 950 in Norway, Håkon the Good allows Christian evangelists in. 960 in Denmark, Harald Bluetooth apostatizes to get the Holy Roman Empire's backing. 995 in Sweden, Olaf Skottung, he does the same. In 1000 in Iceland, the Althing declares Christianity to be the state religion. We'll come back to that one because that one's important. In 1087, King Blotsvein of Sweden is murdered. In Gotland, the Gutelagen declares bloat illegal due to falling under the dominion of the Swedish legal codes. In 1238, Birger Jarl leads the Second Swedish Crusade into Finland. In 1484, one of our heroes, Ragnvald Odenskarl, dies. In 1492, Erik Clausen dies. And in 1693, in Finland, Lars Nilsson dies. Lars Nilsson is not one of our heroes. He's a Finnish shaman, if I recall. Now, that sounds very depressing because it's a list of bad things happening, but you'll also notice that there's about 600 plus years of engagement with Asatru as something that is bad and to get rid of. And it's not really talked about much. At least these days it isn't. So when Christianity came into Northern Europe, its relationship with the punishment of the practice of Asatru was that of instructing each node in the feudal hierarchy to enforce Christianity upon the node below it. So in Catholicism, Yahweh gives supreme authority to the Pope gives it to the king gives it to his dukes, the dukes give it to the counts give it to the barons give it to the yeomen give it to the serfs. And each one of these nodes in the pyramid has to enforce things on the ones below it, right? There's no central law enforcement outside of the king is physically here and will send a goon to hog-tie you. So this resulted in a sort of trickling down of the intensity and fervor of the enforcement of these laws and ideologies. And this results in Asatru and related material moving into the domains of folklore and magic, as we would call them today. So first, we're going to talk about two individuals who continued to practice Asatru even after it became literally illegal to do so, punishable by death, in fact. So the first is Ragnvald Odenskarl. That name Odenskarl is almost certainly not his surname. He would have had a patronymic at the time anyways, and Odenskarl literally means Odin's man. He's Odin's guy, you know. So in on 1484's October 27th, he confessed in custody to having stolen from 4 separate churches, one of them actually twice, and that he had served Odin, that's an important term that we'll look at, for 7 years. He had an accomplice by the name of Joan Land. For this crime, Ragnvald was put to death. He confessed in custody to the worship of Odin, and he did not, as far as we're told, recant, so he was fed to the flames. So Joan Land actually has a bit more going on for him in terms of sheer attestations, because no one vouched for him to defend his honor or his Christian piety. So on 1485's March 14th, he asked to be an executioner instead. And this was actually really common. Executioners were either people who had committed crimes worthy of putting them to death, or they were typically also knackers. Knackers. A knacker is someone who collects night soil. That's human feces and urine to be spread on fields as manure. So just a quick digression here. Ireland's most famous executioner was actually a woman by the name of White Betty. So she had gone through a period of madness that resulted in her murdering her own son, but she didn't know it was him. It's absolutely fairy tale. But her Gaelic name was I apologize to any Gaels listening. Her name was Eilish Ásatrúar. She murdered her adult son in a fit of madness, and so she was sentenced to the gallows for it. And on that same day, there were to be hanged 25 other men, sheep and cattle rustlers, several white boys, as they were called, aka Nabuchaile Bana, or Queen Shia Ulta's children. Queen Shia Ulta is the demigoddess who gave birth to Ossian, who's like Irish Homer, basically. So these guys were a terrorist organization who were opposing the colonization of Ireland by the English and the destruction of common grazing lands. And on the day she was set to hang, Betty's hangman fell ill, and so they're like, "Oh, Bagora, we can't hang any of them. We'll have to put off the execution." And Betty yells out, "Oh, I'll do it if you make me the executioner." And so they let her become the executioner, and she proceeded to hang all 25 of the white boys and lived like another 60 years hanging people. This did not happen to Joan, we are told. At least we're not confirmed about his fate. He asked for this, but we're not told if it was given to him. So the epithet for Ragnvald there, Odenskarl. So he's actually written as being Odenskarl twice in the source text. And in the margin, there's actually a very interesting little scribble of, it's Odin's Ragnvald, like Odin's Ragwald, right? Or Ragwald. Ragwald is a dialectical variant of Ragnvald, which means power of the rulers. This dialectical variant is actually attested elsewhere, by the way. So academics try to hand wave away the name, but it literally says Odenskarl, and it's written the correct way. So it's a partitive genitive compound. It means Odenskarl, the Karl of Odin, right? The specific words used to describe his loyalty to the Allfather is Tianth Odnom, which means loyalty to Odin, not the Pope. At this time in Scandinavia, there's a lot of concern wrapped up regarding religion over, are you loyal to Odin, who, spoiler, is the devil, but not Satan, the fallen angel, or are you loyal to the Pope? So we're told that. Go
Flag
on.
on the play. So not really a flag on the play, but a point of, I think it's worth putting here. The argument is made that the word Asatru means belief in the Aesir. And it does. I always say, and the AFA asserts that Asatru means loyalty to the Aesir. And it does. When you follow the etymology, the belief in is like the fidelity of, the trust that's exchanged literally in fidelity if you trace it back through its origins. And that's the thing that I want to say is belief as it's come down to us in English means different things. It's a mental concept. Fidelity to doesn't mean the same thing. It means loyalty. It means you are Odin's man or Odin's Carl. And so it's important as we look at this, the question isn't belief in Odin or belief in Christ. Here the authorities believe in Odin. It's whether you are loyal to Odin or not, because they believe that Odin exists as a demon, as the demon, depending on how you want to parse that in medieval understanding. But there is a real fear of him as a spiritual force. And the question isn't one of belief, it's a question of loyalty. Quite literally, Ragnvald is Asatru.
And Asatru, he was true enough to go to the fire because of this. He would have been given the chance to actually repent and accept Jesus as his Lord and Savior and blah, 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 blah. The fact that we're not told about that indicates he went to the fire for this. He committed theft in the service of his God and died for it.
And he wasn't just a guy they accused of witchcraft or a guy they accused of being in league with, their northern devil Odin. Like, that's his name. That's his title that he goes by. That's how he's known as a person, is through his allegiance to the Allfather.
And so the text goes on, and what they end up doing is they end up asking a lot of people. I'm not going to count them all. It's like 12 of them, if they would defend Joneland or Ragnvald, and none of them would. Now, defend in this case means basically saying yeah, he's my buddy, don't kill him. It's a very, compared to modern jurisprudence, this is actually an incredibly crappy, criminal investigation, given that there was actual theft occurring. But the fact that none of them would stand up for this guy is telling, because none of them wanted to get involved with, the guy who is known to worship and steal for Odin, right? This phrase that is used, Tianth Odinam, means to serve Odin. So again, it's not strictly speaking that he's disagreeing with Christian. It's not that he's not holding Christian doctrines in his head. It's that he's doing stuff with Odin, right? This term comes up in other sources too. So the Poetic Edda actually has a text, Hundliljoð, which details, the goddess Freya more or less tells a guy serving Odin gets you rich. That's an extreme oversimplification, but she's not telling him it makes him poor, right? But much later, after the writing down of Hundliljoð, Olavus Petri, circa 1530, he says that people that he knew by name still served Odin. Tienda Odanom served Odin to attain wealth. In 1693, Petter Rudebeck says that in Smaland, that those who wished to acquire wealth invited Odin into their home as a guest. On the 9th Thursday, he would arrive, drawn in a massive ensemble of black-clad, fiery-eyed riders, pulling a midnight-colored carriage with midnight-colored steeds, flanked by 2 large black dogs. And this is actually really interesting, because this is so Odin, but it's a later, or actually 1693, that's an early modern description of the Allfather, right? This is not a Viking description of the Allfather. But this here, those who wish to acquire wealth ultimately end up serving him, right? This is important because this is an attestation to a guy who is, while we might today, if we're being honest, necessarily quibble about the orthodoxy or orthopraxy of his beliefs, he is serving Odin. He is put to death for it. He chose to serve Odin to the degree that it would kill him, right? Like he was true to Enos. It's also interesting that this continues on for so long. Again, remember, like 995 in Sweden, Olaf Skutkonung comes along, and Christianity. 1693, that's like 700 years later, this idea of serving Odin for wealth appears. Now, there's another interesting bit here. On the 9th Thursday, Petter Rudbeck talks about. So let's move on to our second hero, another man.
Okay, before we do, pause for a sec. Sorry, I'm also sending Nick something. I try to multitask. It's always cool when I have a guest because it affords me a second on the back end. I never know the best way to interject. One of the things on here that I'm still, figuring out the best solution for is how to interject, because the chat room's live. And so I don't want people to, 2-3 hours from now get their question answered or whatever. We'll go back to some questions that aren't really time specific. But I did want to acknowledge Eisenrauch. It is absolutely a Dio reference. I thought it apropos, and I am a fan of Ronnie James. So I'm glad that you picked up on it. It would have made me sad if nobody picked up on it, but it's definitely intentional. Carry on.
Right. So the second hero we have to talk about is Eric Clausen. So on 1492's June 13th, a servant, Tienkre, modern Swedish Tienare, I think that's pronounced, of Hans Persons confessed in custody that he had renounced God and all of his holy company, partaking in 9 trips on 9 Thursday evenings, going withershins, that means counterclockwise, in a cemetery. He gave himself to Odin for money. Thursday is associated with Odin a few times else. So just to kind of digress, wait a minute, why is he doing it on Thursday? Why isn't it Wednesday? So I talked about this on the Oera Linda book episode. The days of the week are ultimately associated with this idea of them being ruled by a god or goddess. In around 100 AD, the Anglo-Saxons decide to adopt a local variant of the Roman week. And so Wednesday is Dies Mercurius, Thursday is Dies Iowi, right? So Wednesday is the day of Mercury, Thursday is the day of Jupiter. And there's some disagreement in like historical disagreement. This isn't me and the Altair Gothi disagreeing or something here. This is people 1,000 years ago disagreeing. How do you translate classic Greco-Roman and Scandinavian stuff back and forth? How do you say that this god is that god or that god? It's not clear. It's really messy, and there's disagreement as to whether to attach Odin or Thor to Jupiter things. So like Thursday becomes Dies Iowi, becomes Thor's day, but there is also association of Odin with Thursday, independent seemingly of the days of the week necessarily. It's not entirely clear why, but this idea of do something on Thursday, Odin, that does show up a number of times. So as I was saying, this man, Eric Clausen, made 9 trips on 9 Thursday evenings, going withershins in a cemetery. He gave himself to Odin for money. Giving oneself to Odin, to enter the service of Odin, right? It's used as a threat a few times in the sagas because it means to kill someone. But it also, he's entering into the service of Odin, here's this again, for money, right? What Eric Clausen actually did that got him in trouble was he had stolen money from his master and conveyed it to his tenants. And this is interesting because he had tenants. This means that Eric was a landowner. He was a lesser landowner because he had a master of some kind. Go on, sir.
Oh, no, I was just saying the graphic is not readable by me, at least. The dark on dark makes it. No, I know what we're posting. I'm just saying for people who are watching this at a later time.
Go on.
Oh, I was not going to interrupt you. I was just.
Oh, I thought Nick was going to say
I was going to
something.
send Nick a text on the side about it. There's no need to. Well, since I did, Nick, throw up the picture. He said just say the word and he would have it up, but he did not. There we go. And then he teased me with the flash. So I just want to make this point. It's interesting to understand that our ancestors conceived Odin in a contemporary way. When he was described a few minutes ago in the tale from the 1600s about how he appears in a black carriage with, 1600s stuff. This manuscript, from Renaissance period has him with like a falchion and like a, they got Renaissance Odin. And you'll see, in this same manuscript, the other gods are wearing, pantaloon, like puffy pantaloons and Renaissance era clothing. It has become, since the Romantic era, very popular. We all do it. I do it myself, to conceive of the gods in Viking clothes. But it's important to always keep in mind that our gods are timeless. And one of the fallacies of modern, the modern Asatru that people struggle with is they act as though they are practicing an ancient religion instead of realizing that they are practicing a current religion and projecting towards our children practicing a future religion. So our gods exist and are relevant to our folk since our folk existed and for the entirety of our folk's existence. And they're not just limited to one time period. So I think that all of that sounds like common sense, but far too many people act as though it's some ancient thing and not that, the Viking Age depiction in the Eddas is because they lived in the Viking Age. Those same stories, 1,000 years prior would have them looking far more like, like Neolithic peoples. In the future, we may conceive of them in a very different way that's contemporary to the time, but our gods always remain powerful and relevant. And you see people here in the tales that we're telling of these two heroes. I mean, almost 500 years after the outlawing of their worship, still engaged in relationship and in fealty to the Aesir, specifically to the Allfather. Go ahead, carry on, Chris. And I didn't mean to interrupt on that.
No. So this is actually useful. Nick, okay. If you see what he's wearing here, right? That on his head is a crown. That is a medieval crown. Asatru kings didn't wear crowns. The Alzariodi and I were actually talking about this a few days ago. The crown, like the headband with the points on it, that is an importation from the Mediterranean world. It's supposed to mimic a halo with solar rays, right? Like the points on it are supposed to be the sun rays coming out from the light of one's head. That's what that's supposed to look like. And it just gets re-territorialized until it becomes this thing. Another interesting thing is that if you look at depictions of Odin from this time, this one included, there's a few others you can find on Google. You'll notice he doesn't have an eye patch. He just has a bum eye, right? Mm-hmm. Which is that's just something to point out, the eye patch. But this depiction is of him as a king at the time that the artist was living. It's not of what a Viking king, a konungur, would look like circa 980.
No, and you see he has a scepter, and he's got, and again, this picture is just as legitimate, just as valid, and just as real a depiction of Odin as, a rock carving from 700 years previous. Also, while we have a pause in the conversation, I looking over at the side, I want to acknowledge 40 and Broke. He says the old, I assume I'm sorry. They say the old VNS episodes have truly deepened my faith, and I've been practicing Asatru since 99 or 2000. Thank you for saying so, and I'm really glad that they've been beneficial to you. It means a lot for you to give us the feedback. So yeah, thank you for saying so, and I'm glad that you've been watching all of our episodes, or certainly the old episodes. Carry on.
So Eric is interesting because he's actually a bit of a Robin Hood figure, as we're told that he had stolen money from his master and conveyed it to his tenants. So he was a landowner or lord of some kind, and was basically not kicking money up the chain. So how feudalism worked, I told you that the king has the dukes, the pope has the king, the pope has the kings have the dukes have the counts have the barons have the yeomen have the serfs. And at each one, they're supposed to like till the soil, and then they pass like 10% up the chain, and then each node gets 10% of the nodes below them, right? So the king gets a bunch of stuff from a bunch of people, but it's all a very small amount, right? So what Eric is actually doing here is he's not passing up money that is supposed to go to the node above him. He's instead taking it and giving it back to the people below him, his subjects, let's just call them. And he went to the fire too. He also could have turned tail. He could have, accepted Jesus as his Lord and Savior, and he didn't. He went to the fire for it. He also actually got tortured for it. We're told he went to the wheel end of the rope hanging. So they actually tortured him and then burnt him to death, or burnt his corpse. So the 9 trips on 9 Thursday evenings is interesting, right? That's clearly some kind of mystical function there. That's not just random nonsense. He went to the flames for his loyalty to the Aesir, and he was ultimately helping the people below him. Now, there's an interesting question here of, okay, we're told that these guys worshipped Odin. One of them even was called the Carl of Odin because he just worshipped Odin so worshipfully. But could they, in fact, be Christian heretics? What if they didn't worship Odin? What if that was just written down for no reason? That sounds stupid. You would be surprised how many academics are, like, when they look at this time, say, no, everyone forgot about Odin circa 1080. And so what was this guy doing? Clearly, he had to be a Christian heretic. Let's talk about heresy. So in Scandinavia, if you worshipped Odin, that's a crime. You would be taken before civil magistrates, the sheriff, the mayor, a bunch of government officials. You would be tried. If you were found guilty, you would be asked to, accept Jesus as your Lord and Savior. If you didn't, you'd be executed. You know who would not be present? Priest. You know who wouldn't be in the room? Inquisitors. You know what they wouldn't ask you about? Christian theology. Because it was just a simple black and white. You're either loyal to the Pope or you're loyal to Odin. You get to pick one. You got to pick one. So what if you were a Christian heretic? What would that look like? Well, what would happen is you would not be brought before the civil magistrates and the sheriff and the mayor. You would be brought before a Christian priest. That priest would then go to the inquisitors The inquisitors would then come to you, and they would then interrogate you about the orthodoxy of your Christian belief. And they would pass judgment upon you to the civil magistrates and the sheriff and the mayor, and then they would enact the sentence. There would be no secular trial in what we now refer to as a criminal court. Heresy is a religious crime ultimately prosecuted by the Catholic Church. Heathenry is a secular crime prosecuted in a criminal court without recourse or reference to Christian priests, right? This is amply attested. It continues after Lutheranism becomes the state religion in Scandinavia. They just swap out the Catholic Church for the Lutheran Church, right? So why do I bring this up? In the 1800s and 1900s in Germany, there was this attempt by academics to use Christianity as an attempt to unearth some kind of original lost native European Christianity. So one of the best examples of this is Alfred Rosenberg, the guy who wrote Myth of the 20th Century. He has this bizarre obsession with, people call him Meister because I can't remember his actual first name, but Meister Eckhart's musings. And Meister Eckhart was this Christian thinker in the medieval era who was a heretic and blah, blah, blah. And Rosenberg, amongst others, is like trying to chart this long, glorious hidden history, uniting the Bogomils and the Cathars and every other random little Christian heretical sect into this like traditional positive Christian sect that was like, they're all along, we can just unearth it and return to it. It's bullcrap, horse hockey, complete nonsense. How do we know heresy from heathenry? As I said, heathenry is heathenry, this is the jurisprudential term in a Christian court, right? Heathenry is a secular crime. It is amply attested by, humorously enough, the Finnish heathens. Remember how I mentioned about Birger Jarl going on the Second Finnish Crusade? So for about 400 years, Sweden was at war with Finland at large and was enforcing Christianity upon them. So if you go looking for pagan martyrs, if you will, in medieval Scandinavia, a lot of them are actually Finns because they were basically the victims of a war by a foreign state. So what does heresy look like? We've talked about this, punishment of worshiping Odin or Perkele in a criminal court. What about being a heretic? Are there any examples of what that looks like? Sure. Archbishop Jakob Erlendsson was accused of altering the Lord's Prayer and the Creed. These are both really big. I don't know of American civil religion equivalent other than like altering the U.S. Constitution and the Declaration of, or the Pledge of Allegiance. Like, this is a big deal in Christianity. So the Hainaut parish, the parish priest of Hainaut, we are told, argued that it was a sin to attend mass performed by a sinning priest. That's actually a really nuanced debate within Christianity. It's also one that the Catholic Church doesn't like people holding that opinion regarding. We're told of a man by the name of Hemming that said he was a messenger of Mary, and he was a proponent of antinomianism. He was tortured and then publicly humiliated and forced to, not say that stuff. The Beguine community in Vadstena was defrocked, discalced. They were denunned over concerns over their orthodoxy. You know who no one is ever concerned about the Christian orthodoxy of? People who worship Odin. Us. So there's a fella by the name of Botulf who is the example of this. So just to recap, if you worship Odin, you go to a criminal court, you get tried, you get found guilty, you're given a chance to convert, or you die. If you're a heretic, the priest comes in, he talks to you, he talks to the Inquisition. The Inquisition is actually like a Christian belief court. People hear like, nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition, and they think like Warhammer 40K Inquisitors exterminating a planet. No, they're like church belief cops. They aren't actually that cool, right? The Inquisition finds you guilty or not, and then tells the criminal court what to do with you. So let me find it in my notes here. So Botolph was this guy. He had this ordeal that took place over almost a decade, in which he was in repeated and constant contact with Christian religious authorities. You know who is absent from the stories of Eric Clausen and Ragnvald Odenskarl? Christian clerics. So one of the people that Botolph was in contact with was the bishop that performed the weekly sacrament of the Eucharist that Botolph partook in every weekend. So Botolph committed a Christological error in 1303 and was rebuked for it. We're told of him committing another error in 1310 after he finished penance and tried to regain standing in the Christian community. Before he was allowed to receive communion, he was interrogated like in front of other parishioners. Like he was in line to go up and get the host wafer, and the priest is like, hold up, bud. Let's talk theology first. So the priest interrogates him on the nature of the Eucharist, and Botolph professes his loyalty to Jesus and said that if the host is really the body of Jesus, then surely Jesus would be outraged at Christians eating it. For you see, just as a man would be outraged at someone eating his loved ones, surely Jesus must be infuriated at the idea of people eating his body. So Botolph's naive theology here is kicking open a massive hornet's nest that has been happening since the Eucharist was invented and will no doubt continue until the last Eucharist is consumed. So Botolph then gets dragged before the Inquisition and ultimately ends up dying because of that statement there. So this guy went to church every weekend and he argued with a priest about the nature of a Christian ritual and what Jesus wants Christians to do. And he willingly came to a church to receive mass. This guy is a heretic. You know who's not present in Botolph's story? Odin. You know what's not present in Botolph's story? Going withershins around a signpost on the 9th Thursday 9 times in a row. There is this fanciful attempt at hand waving away, like with the Odenskarl thing. You can find academics who are trying to say, oh, it's not Odenskarl. It actually is supposed to be, like Witherskarl, which means like the mad one or something. But it just doesn't. It obviously says Odenskarl. The etymology doesn't work out of this proposed alternative. And frankly, the theology of this proposed alternative doesn't work out either. Christians have no need to declare that heretics worship Odin, because getting Christian theology wrong is a crime unto itself, one that's a very grievous one and one that's very offensive to their deities. They don't need to bring Odin into the mix. Like, there's not even a devil present in any of these narratives. At this time in medieval Scandinavia, go on, sir.
Something I want to mention is there's also not the suspicion or the accusation of, and we see that a lot in later, we see that in heresy trials a lot. Like, hey, you say you're a good Christian, but this guy over here says that you did this thing that's askew from the true doctrine. Is that true? It's a different scenario when, hey, I reject your Jewish zombie god. I'm not about that life. I worship Odin. You don't have the same points of argumentation. You don't have to try to. There's a process of trying to prove that you are a Orthodox. I guess that term has a different meaning, but that you are a correctly practicing Christian, then rejecting it out of hand and no, I don't worship Jesus. That's a different thing. And it separates in a really interesting way. And I think that's evidenced a lot by these legal trials. Even when there's witch trials, They're having to establish that this person is in fact a witch, doing witch stuff. It's real different than, hey, I'm a witch. This is what I do. Let's deal with that. There's always this evidentiary trying to prove on the basis of Christian doctrine. And what I think is interesting is because this is a situation a lot of us face that's kind of odd when people want to argue with us about stuff. They want to try to argue with us about Jesus things. And then we're in a spot like, cool, I get what you're saying. And that's, I don't necessarily agree or disagree with your take on the Gospels. I just don't want the Gospels at all. That's something people aren't familiar with. And the existence of the other in a significant enough way to where it is recognized, nobody's like, Odin who? These people are like, oh, wow, okay, that's a different thing. We got to consign this to the flames immediately. We're not going through this. There's not a trial involved. And I think that separates it in and of itself. And it points out the wholly other nature of them practicing a different religion and not them, somehow secretly practicing some anti-Christianity or some heretical Christianity.
And just to kind of back this up here, let's look at, I gave a bunch of examples here of Christian heretics. And each one of these guys is like, now see here, Mr. Pope, I have disagreements with you on the Christological nature of the Theotokos. And you see, if we follow the homoousion, and then there's Ragnvald Odenskarl and Eric Clausen, who worshipped Odin and did so to the flames. Notice that the level of concern over arguing with, I'm trying to grab his name, with Archbishop Jakob Erlandson. He was argued with. We're not told about anyone arguing with Eric and Ragnvald. Okay, are you going to convert? Nope. Okay, well, we're going to kill you. There was no concern about their beliefs at all. And when there is concern about people's beliefs, it shows up. The Beguine community in Vadstena. Concerns over their orthodoxy, their the correctness of their beliefs. The beliefs of Ragnvald and Eric never come up. No, frankly, they might not have even been asked beyond, do you serve Odin, right? Because again, these are two fundamentally different crimes in medieval Scandinavian jurisprudence, right? Now, I just want to comment on here real quick. In medieval Scandinavia, there is this, the devil refers to Odin. Devils refers to the Aesir, right? And people in Southern Europe are, they served the devil, and that is referring to the worship of Satan, the fallen angel. In Northern Europe, specifically medieval Scandinavia, it has a very different context. And I mean, when people say the devil, they just clearly mean Odin in some of these contexts, or they're trying to merge these two figures together. Because remember here, the devil is actually a mythological construct done by Christians throughout history. It's not like there's a guy whose name is the devil in the Bible. There's a bunch of characters that show up, and then Christian theologians say these guys are all this one entity, and here's his backstory, right? Devil actually comes from Greek diabolos, Latin diabolos, from Greek diabolos, which means the slanderer, the accuser. This gets into stuff regarding Judaism and the like, which isn't too important here. But this word is extremely flexible and just kind of means bad guy. I mean, from the perspective of a medieval Scandinavian Christian, Odin is the bad guy, the villain looming large in the background, right? Do you want to go right into the Galderbacher here, sir? Or do you want to take
so let's take a recess for a second, and get to some of the questions as they line up, because I think some of them will get us back into, or I guess will be good prerequisites. And the other thing that I want to note as just something to ponder that I think is important. It's interesting to conceive of or construct the like, what does one do when, and this is a situation that honestly, I think many of the early participants in modern Asatru found themselves in. How do you practice Asatru when you have a revelation and you know the truth of the Aesir, but there's not a church, there's not a structure to inform your practice? How do you know what to do? What do you do with that? And what we have access to now is a tremendous wealth of data, but these people don't. These people can't just go read about the lore. The lore is not available to these people outside of a select learned few in monasteries in Iceland or like, there is a very select few places that you could learn any of the lore. You don't have, the great Gothar of your folk to go to. You can't go to a Hof and learn these things. So I guess a thought that I want everybody to have is, cool, so what do you do? And you cherish the things that you do know and that you do have, and you have to reach out personally and rebuild those connections between you and the gods in the best way that you know how. And it's going to look different in different places at different times, and it's going to have a wide arc of correctness or not. But the fact that you can reach out in a time of complete and total isolation from the ancestral faith without a functioning priesthood or existent religious body, and you can reconnect with the Aesir. You can claim your birthright as Asatru, and you can go from there, and you can enter into a relationship with the Allfather. I think that's worth appreciating for a moment, because it's very challenging for these people. And as you can see, their choice to do so has a potential consequence of very unpleasant death. So it's kind of an example to all of us of loyalty and of steadfastness, literally unto the flames of execution, and that you can be Asatru without the endless study of ancient tomes or, those things. You can practice by reaching out to the gods and building a relationship that way. And I think that's important for all of our folk to know and to take to heart, is that even in the darkest times, with the least access to information, in isolation, your gods are with you if you reach out to them. Your gods hear you if you call out to them. You are not, as long as, your blood courses through your veins, these are your gods, and they're there for you to reconnect with. And I think that's an important message for all of us.
So just real quick here, talk about Eric Clausen and Ragnvald Odenskarl not knowing anything, metaphorically speaking. That continued for a very long time. Let's remember here that it was in the Asatru Free Assembly that publishers were thinking of just not making poetic, or just not making Eddas anymore. We just won't sell this book. So the Asatru Free Assembly started like a letter writing campaign to keep these in publication because of we would call it like spiritual and religious importance, but like the importance to Western civilization of this text. Like, no, you can't stop printing this thing. You have like a duty to do this. The Asatru Free Assembly had to do a letter writing campaign. You know what you would do in those days if you wanted to go get one of these books? Because very often you could go to the library and you could check them out, which means you could read it in the library. You couldn't necessarily take it home. You would then make photocopies of every page and pay for the photocopies and take this huge stack of paper home. Because you had to like go search a physical book. You couldn't just Google things or ask ChatGPT or Control plus F. You had to like read books and trawl through massive amounts of information. And with some people, they might never have heard of any of this before in this modern period. When we think about people doing things, we sometimes in the past we sometimes like, was that the right? Did he? Is that? Remember, there was a time when knowing that there was two Eddas, or there were two Eddas, was hyper specialized knowledge, known only by a select few. Knowing that there were Eddas, period. Oh, there's books that talk about what the Vikings believed, like from that period. Wow, that's novel. That was beyond most people.
There were also 10,000 years plus, there were thousands and thousands of years where there were no Eddas, and our folk were still Asatru.
Yeah, it was oral only for such a large portion of our folks' existence. The other thing that I want to say, and again, some of these things get out of our tonight's specific time bracket, but maybe we'll do a show on the Romantic era until Steve at some point. But when people in the 1800s or the early 1900s have some hokey ideas, it is not only do I think it's important, but I think it is incumbent upon us as noble Aryan people to judge them fairly. They're trying to rediscover something that is buried and lost in the best way that they have access to. They don't have the wealth of information that we have. They don't have the collected works of scholars from around the world over, periods of time, with archaeological discoveries that were still buried beneath the earth at the time. It's hindsight is always 2020, and it's very easy to, look at how silly some things were at a different time at a different place. But it's also worth considering with a certain amount of self-reflection that our children and our children's children may very well discover different things that we don't have. They may discover, ancient manuscripts somewhere that add to our corpus of lore. They may discover archaeological finds that, make some things that, that we do look less than. The idea is at the time doing your very best to be true to the Iseer the best way you know it. That is infinitely more value than infinitely sitting on the fence, hoping for that perfect moment where once you know everything and 100%, then you'll be Asatru, then you'll do stuff. There's some of our folk that had very little access to information, but had a full measure of faith and of loyalty, and that stood unto death with our gods. They stand with heroes, and the fence sitters don't stand at all. But that said, we got some questions stacking. So would you explain the concept of magic within Asatru? And these are a couple of questions that I do think will be relevant to our next section here. The word economy on that versus the depth of potential answers is immense. I don't think there is an exhaustive answer that can cover it in a short segment of the program. We could do, again, several episodes just on the concept. But Okay, there's a couple of ways to go about it, but I think the first and most obvious is magic as practiced in Asatru tends to be in two different categories. There is Galder magic and there is Sather magic. Again, those things mean different things to different people, and I think that they're imprecise, and there might be a lot of things that you find overlapping. There is a magic that involves runes, that involves the carving of sigils or spells. And when I say carving, the carving slash depicting sigils and spells. And also in that category, I would say vocalizing incantations, singing a spell, chanting a runic incantation. Voice is a powerful tool in Asatru magic to manifest something, to take something from the world of thought and idea and to birth it into the world with a potency. And then Sather magic is very often the idea of so on the spot here, I apologize because my verbiage is going to be imprecise, but the traveling to other planes of existence to interact in a out of body way with powers not normally in the mundane reality across the veil, perhaps with gods or spirits that way. Sometimes say their practice is letting spirits enter your body and to work through you in the sense of oracular save. Sather is a mysterious art that's often linked to a form of shamanism, and using the term shamanism is contentious in general. So I had a discussion with some folks the other day about this. There's a school of thought that says, shamanism's an Asiatic thing that's not relevant to Indo-Europeans. And in the sense that it is a branded and specific technique, and the word comes from Asiatics and their Indian American offspring that populated North America and South America for a time. That's a unique thing, but the technique of through ordeal or through other means transcending realms to get occult knowledge from said realms and bring those into the mundane realm is certainly attested to in our practice. And I think that that's part of that category. But again, when we deal with this, it's very imprecise and there's a lot of overlap of technique. I would say the fundamental concept of magic involves a perception of the subtle realm or of the tapestry of Earther, being able to see that as it unfolds and manifests. And then secondly, the ability to shape things in a way that influences that, or to capitalize on the synchronisms of that, to be able through your personal force or through tapping into another magical force to bring forth useful synchronicity towards willful purpose. And it sounds like I just, spewed a bunch of word stew at you. I hope that it makes sense. I think to some it might, and I'm happy to answer additional questions towards how that might be confusing. Chris, do you have a something you'd like to add to what Asatru magic is, or to what, you have something you'd like to add?
Yes, but it's kind of in the Galderbox stuff. So I guess let me think of.
And you don't have to.
I
You
think,
can just say, we can get to it when you get to it. So do whatever you'd like.
oh, I want to say what the Altair goalie said, but I think maybe this is silly, but I think at a certain level, it's important to remember that what we think about as being magic today is a very specific thing that people in the past didn't necessarily have as a concept or think about. Like, when we think about magic, we usually think about it as in opposition or contrast to science, right? And people in the past didn't think in that term. Like, we think about like astrology as like nonsense woo these days, but like you look back in the past and people used to be dead serious about astrology. It was an ironclad, rigid thing, and doubting its efficacy and causal potency was like bordering on mental illness. So when we talk about how do people in the past interact with magic, we are taking this, circle we've drawn around certain things. Then we're going back into the past and we're drawing that circle around things. But we have to understand that the people we're looking at didn't draw that circle. They didn't make this distinction between like, oh, we have like the rational stuff that works, and then we've got like irrational nonsense, but sometimes it works, man. They just had stuff, right? And I will get into the etymology of magic, which kind of explains why we do that today. I know that's not super fun to hear, but it makes sense in the context of where we're going.
All right. So what do you gentlemen consider the, quote, everyday magic, unquote, of Asatru? So, and I've said this about a number of things, and I hope we can follow the thread here. Some of this is directionality. Magic exists because it exists, and if we call it different things, it doesn't fundamentally change it. We've created a word magic to describe certain stuff, but it's imprecise. So some of it is directionality. I'm gonna nerd out here. I apologize for people who thought better of me, but keeping it a buck. So, all right. There is wizard spells and there is cleric spells, and they work different in the world of understanding that. In reality, I don't think it works that way, because in real world, you don't have to choose class specifications in the same way. So, for example, there are some things rely on your personal magical efficacy, your skill or inherent ability as somebody who is either gifted or well practiced at those kind of arts. And other things involve a more working within the ordered framework of interacting with the Aesir, interacting with those who've passed beyond the veil, or interacting with other spiritual forces beyond the mundane. And I think that there's not a clean distinction between those things, and you can have both of those things present in the same magical action. you guys may notice that we don't talk a lot about magical things in the AFA in general. And it's not because we don't believe in them. It's not because of any shade towards them. It's because there's a lot of basement wizards that have zero magical efficacy that have made the whole thing seem ridiculous. And because we believe in them so much and we value the real expression of that in such a high regard, that we don't want to cheapen it by getting in the muck and the mire with charlatans and delusional hot topic basement wizards. So, and getting to what's everyday magic, I think that there is a lot of things that go into what that looks like. Some of that looks like runic galder for meditation. Some of it is in intentional runic galder towards a goal. Some of it is rune pulling and stuff to have a focus spiritually for your day or for something you're going through. It also extends to some people that will try to use runic divination as they ponder, important questions or decisions in their life. I think there's a variety of different techniques that ladies use magically for a variety of things around the house, intending children, intending animals, intending food preparation. You can incorporate spiritual practice, be it clerical or wizardry, in whatever you're doing, in a lot of different ways. I know a number of people who are craftsmen that do things to where they will incorporate runes in their craft or in something they do. I also know people who prepare food that carve runic things into, a piece of cheese before they melt it, or into the butter before they throw it into the pan, with an intention, either with a galder or an invocation of their own magical potency to the thing that they're doing, or with a prayer. And I think that often happens. I think that prayer and work to attune yourself with the Aesir and to develop the skill of being able to listen and to recognize when forces beyond the veil are interacting with you in a meaningful way is also a potent everyday practice that would be quote unquote magical. But again, that's a subject that's the details matter, and there's a lot of different right ways to characterize it. And I wouldn't want to go too far afield on that. Do you have anything to add to that, Chris?
I'm trying to find the question here so I can make sure I'm not giving a dumb answer here. So you took that at a high level. I kind of took that at a little simpler of, having a life that is in alignment with, cosmic order and natural law, of knowing how to move forwards with myself and, myself as the head of my family, of being part of a family, of a church that is, doing things as we should, of doing things in such a manner that produces good results, just kind of almost without having to try, in a certain sense. Not to say we don't, but, like, things work and it's not a shock that they do. I think even simpler than things like rune magic or prayer or anything like that, aligning yourself with divine will and then experiencing all the joys that come with that is a very simple, basic, everyday magic, if I may say so.
Well, so that's a point that I think is worth making here. And again, this isn't, For those of us who've done this for a while, and once we, I don't know, hopefully through the course of years gain wisdom, it's easy to look back and scoff at or whatever. And I'm not doing that. We all start different places. There's a lot of people that want to jump in and do magic stuff. Like, cool, I discovered Asatru last week. How do I become a Vitki, which is an Old Norse word for like a wizard? Basements are full of that, and it doesn't usually make it past that. And I think there's a good reason behind that. And the other thing is, you know, there's a number of people that you've seen come through Asatru that talk a lot about their magical efficacy. And about one organization of you know, Asatru wizards or something, I've heard from one of their longtime practitioners and members, you know, man, we get a room full of these exalted, it's something to the effect of, we got a room full of all of these exalted rune maguses, and not one of them can conjure themselves up a girlfriend. It says something. Your life should demonstrate the efficacy of your magical potency. And the vast majority of people that I know that, you know, claim to be these high functioning wizards are perpetually broke and unsuccessful and unhappy, and their life does not demonstrate that they have efficacy in the things that they say or do. I'll say this. Paul Wagner of the Wolves of Vinland, I think that of people that I am aware of and have talked to, might be the most effective left-hand path wizard that I'm aware of. And I hear good things about his brother Matthias as well in the terms of magical practice, because their life demonstrates that the things they try to achieve or the things that they want, they have efficacy in achieving. I'll also say this. He made a really cool grimoire, and this will bring us back to the text here. He made us, or not back to the text, I'm used to doing the shows with Swan. This will bring us back to the topic that we're on this evening and back to Chris's lesson for us. Paul did this really cool grimoire like 10 years ago. And it's, you know, it's got a particular gothic, dark imagery to it, but it's almost like a kind of a graphic novel-y artwork on it. And it talks about, among other things, sigil magic in a really digestible way. And I don't even know if you can still get a hold of it. Again, I'm not saying that their religious teaching is in line with the Asatru Folk Assembly or anything, but this was a really good take on magic practice in a digestible and no-nonsense way. And I do have a lot of respect for the Wagner brothers when it comes to magical efficacy. Again, I'm not vouching for them as far as Asatru practice or whatever. There's critical things I could say, but completely positively, they are effective at magical practice. And I think that's something to, you know, to contemplate. Chris has disappeared on me. Right as I telegraphed that we were going to go back into his material. So that is an interesting choice, but we will get back with him. We do have other questions lined up, and I'll get to those here. All right, so I'll answer this one because this is kind of a... All right. Is Disa thing akin to the Disa bloat at Veterniter? So Disir is an interesting word, and we've been through this a lot. Sometimes some things are imprecise. Disir means priestess and female ancestor spirit that watches over folks, and goddess. Depending on context, it can mean all of those things. So in that sense that it's magical and female, yes, there's a kinship there specifically. And this is to differentiate because we celebrate the Disir with Disablot at Veterniter. To differentiate, the Disa thing is the thing or the assembly of the goddesses. So it's a time where traditionally we charm the plow, and the goddesses are preparing the male energy and preparing us to go out into the world and to do and to achieve. They are preparing us to go out into the arena, into the field of the world to accomplish and to implement our will and to do things. They're literally charming the plow. They are prepping us generally, and the masculine in specific, to go out into the world and to do and to achieve. Whereas Disablot during Veterniter is a bloat honoring our female ancestors that are watching on and that are caring for us from beyond the veil. And so they're different in that way. And Chris has returned to us. Take us back into your lecture for us, if you would.
Sure. So we use this term Galdr today to refer to chanting for simplicity, names of the runes. And there's a degree of musicality to it. There's a degree of intonation to it, but it is this very specific thing. In the elder Asatru period, Galdr is this sort of more generic term to refer to regular speech acts. So it's a prayer, it's the words of a magic spell, so on and so forth. It's a lot more general than how we use it today. So the faith of our forefathers ends up becoming increasingly sidelined as it is literally punishable by death in medieval Scandinavia. And it increasingly enters this peripheral territory. And anything that enters peripheral territory enters this, it attracts peripheral people. And that can be good and that can be bad. And so a lot of the knowledge that gets written down is stuff to do with magic. There's this Odin guy. How can I use that for my advantage? There's this Thor fella. What can he give me? That's how people kind of look at this sort of stuff. There's ancestral wisdom. How can I use it to prevent witches from stealing my butter? Stuff like that. Utilitarian and regular, what we would refer to nowadays as a magic spell. So Galdr box, I'm just going to call them Galdr box rather than trying to use the Norse or Icelandic plurals, because there's a bunch of terms for these, are medieval Scandinavian magical grimoires. I'll explain what a grimoire is in a minute. So there are multiple of these, but there is one specific one that is referred to as the Galdr-bók, right? Galdr-bók means Book of Galdr, right? So most of these have names that are absolutely terrible to say out loud, like Galdrakver LBS 1438 8VO. That's one specific book. Another is Íslenskar þjóðsögur og ævintýri, one specific book. Then there's the Galdr-bók. There is a book by Stephen Flowers, by Dr. Stephen Flowers, Idrid Thorson, on the Galdrabok, which has become authoritative in magical circles. Unfortunately, there are some errors. Granted, it's from 1989, so you can find a lot of these medieval Scandinavian magical books. If you want to do stuff involving that, be careful where you're looking and what you're reading, because some of the translations aren't as good as they should be. There are errors in some, there are misprints in some. Some texts were made using a translation that was made by someone who was translating a work with the translator not having seen the original text. It gets really complicated because we're talking about multiple books. So let's do some background here. Brief Icelandic history. Somewhere around like 800, a fellow by the name of Nadod discovers Iceland. In 868, Hrafna Floki Vulgarðarson leaves to confirm the existence of Iceland. Then in 874, Ingolfar Arnarsson leaves to settle Iceland, the first settler. Then in 930, the Alþingi is established. In 1000 AD, Christianity becomes the state religion. This is the bit where the law speaker sleeps on the mound. So Iceland adopts Christianity as the state religion under internal duress between these two factions, the pro-independence faction and the pro-Norway faction. And when Christianity is adopted as the state religion, it's this sort of like, yeah, sure, we're Christian now. You can practice Asatru in private. And the Gothar, the priest politicians of Iceland, are still technically, to some degree, like pagan priests, but the state religion is Christianity, so it's not really clear what this means. A period begins called the Friðaröld, which is basically like the friendship period. So Iceland adopts this mindset of public Christian, private pagan. Because this essentially satiates the people in Norway, the pro-Norway faction in Iceland loses all power and an era of good feelings begins. This results in a lot of Icelanders being spread abroad, entering into contact with people in Scandinavia proper. On the continent, a lot of connections are made. In 1118 AD, the Friðaröld ends and the age of the Sturlungs begins. This is a period when the Sturlung family, Snorri Sturluson, right, assumes power. It's during this period, the 1100 to 1200, when a lot of Asatru lore gets written down, because there is this. Hold on just a second. Sorry, I didn't want to do that with my mic on. There is this great openness, great learning coming into Iceland from the continent, but there's actually a lot of intellectual freedom in Iceland. You can think a lot of things in Iceland that you're not allowed to think elsewhere. Iceland opens up its mind, but not its soul, to the continent, right? And so writing and the importance of writing comes into Iceland, and people are like, we can talk about Sigmundur Froði and Snorri Sturluson elsewhere. It already has been done elsewhere in other episodes of this program. So, but there are people who say, "Oh my goodness, oh my gods, we have to write this stuff down, or it might be lost forever," and they do so. They do that with a lot of stuff, just random stories. A lot of these random stories are what we call the sagas. So, 1262, Norwegian yoke. The Norwegian kingdom just formally absorbs Iceland because the Norwegian faction comes back. 1380, the Kalmar Union occurs. Denmark takes over. 1528, Christian III of Denmark makes Lutheran the state religion of Denmark and Norway, and by association, Iceland. 1550, the last Catholic partisan is beheaded in Iceland. Officially, Iceland is now a Lutheran state. And until 1923, there are no... 1923 is when the first literate Catholic cleric sets foot in Iceland. There are a few monks at some points, but this is the first time a Catholic bishop that is literate shows up. 1944, the Germans conquered Denmark, freeing Iceland. So continental contact with Iceland was extremely free of Vatican oversight, and there was a private pagan, public Christian sort of culture and mindset. In part, this is because as far as the Pope was concerned, Scandinavia was the armpit of Europe, and Iceland was the armpit of Scandinavia. So this gives the Icelanders a tremendous degree of freedom to sort of absorb and accommodate Christianity on their own terms. But there was never a literate Christian bishop. There was never any real Christian clerical establishment in any real sense in Iceland. So like celibacy was never required of Icelandic clerics, but marriage was forbidden. So they just have like harems and get into like wacky polyamory shenanigans rather than like forcing people to not talk about Thor. So this is why there's so much lore in Iceland. It is the last place to, outside of like the Baltics, right? It's the last place to be closed off by Christianity. And that leaves a lot of knowledge about a lot of things in Iceland. So a grimoire is a hand-copied book of magical spells. Grimoire, from the French grimoire, which is a dialectical variant of grimoire, which comes from Old French grimoire, which literally means bookist. Like, oh, that dude can read. That means he's casting spells. So this means sorcerer, a bookist, a sorcerer. This is from the Latin grammaticus, meaning related to grammar, from Greek grammatikos, meaning literate. So we have this chain of like literate, related to grammar, someone who can read, a wizard, the wizard's spell book, right? These are, could you put up messybook.png, Nick?
Could you answer Gothi Bodhi's question? How do you spell that first?
I need to look. Which word?
The French ones.
Oh, grimoire. Oh, like all of them or just grimoire?
It's a joke, dang it. It's a joke. The
Oh, wow, that's French, so there's two M's. So these are terribly formatted books because paper is expensive, ink is expensive. Most people are very bad at writing. Like we in public school today spend a lot of time figuring out how to write. People did not write often, so their handwriting is crap. They don't know how to write in like a space-saving manner, so they just make these terrible books that are just full of very bad handwriting. A grimoire is a node in a chain. So this book here is some guy's collection of magic spells. And he would meet up with other wizards. He'd go to Wizard Con or whatever, and they'd exchange spells, and then he'd hastily scribble it down in his book. And any magic spell some guy got his hands on, he'd write down in his book. And occasionally what they would do is they would either you would give your book to someone else, or you would exchange books or whatever. And so you would either take spells from his book, like copy them down, or you would just combine the pages together and make a bigger book. So these grimoires are all over Europe. They're not just in Scandinavia. They are handmade and they are chains of transmission. But people are also making up their own spells, right? So if you take a given spell, you can generally either source it to the first text when it appears or to a prior text, right? A spell is either novel or it probably came from someone else. But if it comes from someone else, it doesn't necessarily come from a book because it might have been transmitted orally, right? So as I said, some of these have chains of owners. Like I've got this grimoire. I added pages to it, but the guy I got it from added pages to it. He got it from another guy who added pages to it, who got it from the original owner. So some of these have dates that if you just like look at the book, it's like, oh yeah, this book is from 1940. But actually it's like 500 years old because some guy in 1500 wrote down on some quires of paper. Again, you take the stack of paper, you fold it in half, you bind it with staples nowadays or glue, but in the old days it was string. So you have like a quire, right? And you have multiple quires that make up a book. So the first quire would have been made in 1500, and then the second quire was made by another guy in 1600, and so on until the final academic who gets its hands on it is in 1940. So how to reference portions of these texts is really difficult because it's like, oh, well, this is a handmade copy of a book that someone else got. So the handmade copy was made in like 1832. We don't necessarily know how old the original that he copied it from was, let alone the information. Because if it's like a copy of a copy of a copy done within a year from a text that was written in like 1200, well, if that copying was done in like 1890, then technically it was made in 1890, but actually it's from really far long ago. So authorship is really, really hard to establish with these. A lot of these books are just like, yeah, I found them in my grandma's attic. Did your grandma write it? Well, no, grandma was illiterate. So then who wrote it? Who put it in the attic, right? In Swedish, these are called Svartkonstböcker or Trolldomsböcker. In Norwegian, they're Svarteböcker. In Icelandic, they're Galdraböcker. So like black books, they're sometimes called black wizardry, sorcery, the devil. You get the idea. So a third of witchcraft trials in Iceland involve grimoire ownership. Sigils or magical signs. Sometimes those are on things. We're going to get into what a sigil and the like is in a minute here. So again, I have to stress, these are multiple books. There are multiple books that survive to us. There's very little unity in them because every single one is some wizard's personal spell book. Every one of them is unique. If you have some familiarity with Wicca, you might have heard of the Book of Shadows. Every single Wiccan is supposed to make their own Book of Shadows. Theoretically, there's a lineage of these Books of Shadows, Book of Shadows is whatever, going back to Gerald Gardner's original Book of Shadows, which he copied from the New Forest Coven witches. Whether that's actually true or not, how that works out in reality, that's not really the point. Theoretically, there's this chain of each Wiccan witch's spell book back to the original as they keep adding them and branching to them and adding to them and saying, no, this didn't work. No, this did this and not that. It's very messy. So a few things about these. One, medieval Scandinavian magic is very concerned with symbols. We'll show you some of these symbols in a little bit, but it's very concerned with symbols. These are extremely fluid. What any given symbol means probably has multiple uses or definitions. And what any given, the symbol is the form, like what it does is the content. So for any given form, there's multiple contents. For any given content, there's multiple forms. We'll talk about this in a minute, but just as an example, the 9 helms of awe to be used 99 times. There's a lot of things here. Yes, these are some examples of symbols. There's a lot of them. Some of them look really wacky. So there are actually references to the makers of some of these Galderstoffer, such as there's like the Valdemar who made Varnastoffer Valdemars. So Valdemar's Varnastoffer. There's many attestations of these. There's huge numbers of attestations of books of magic. Not a lot of them survive compared to the sheer number of attestation of them. Common themes that appear are empowerment by Thor, empowerment by Odin, the Helm of Awe. We'll talk about how it's pronounced later. The Helm of Awe. So Another term you might hear about is leech book. These show up in England too. Leech book, magic meant for healing or the opposite of healing, which makes sense in context. So in really old Indo-European lore, snakes are the givers and takers of life and death. Like the snake can bite you and poison you, right? Which means it also has like, but it doesn't die from its own poison, right? Because it lives. So it's also got like healing in it. This is why Hermes' staff has snakes and blah, blah, blah. Anyways, why do books of medicine also have spells about killing? Because the two are intimately, if you can heal, you can kill, and vice versa. So these have increasing references to the Aesir the further you go back. Some of these sigils, these symbols, are given names that are actually Haiti of the gods, right? So like there will be, I'm just making this one up. I didn't actually write a Haiti down. I'm sorry about that. But like there will be a sigil that's called Lord of the World, like named after Freyr, right? And these are also wildly syncretic. A thing about magic is that magicians don't care about the theory behind it. They just want it to work. They don't care what they have to do to cast magic missile. If they cast magic missile, they'll do whatever. So you see throughout Europe, in Scandinavia, particularly Iceland, it's important for, it's why we care, because there's the Aesir involved. But like you'll see like 15th century German magical spells that invoke like 3 of the Olympians, 3 Christian saints, the Trinity, 3 demons, 3 separate names for Satan, like just random lists of whoever's listening, help me out, right? So like there's one magic spell in one of these Galderbox that invokes Loki, asking him to afflict someone with lethal flatulence. I don't know if the intention was that they like inflate and blow up, or they just like fart themselves to death. Neither seem all that appealing. Like, but you get the idea there. Like, okay, you're gonna ask the bad guy to kill someone for you? That's a little dangerous, doesn't it? When we're talking about magical spells here, we're talking about things that are not immoral, but amoral. The concerns of the people writing these down are not, how do I live as a good Ásatrúar? They are very often in these Galderbox. How do I get Thor to do something for me, to help me out, or replace Thor with the Archangel Michael, or King Shlomo, or Beelzebub, or whoever?
Okay, so I want to make a point here. This is kind of why this is here. And we front loaded with the people that actually had some kind of loyalty to the Aesir. But what is important as a historical note isn't the moral thrust of the magic, but the fact that during this time period, it's not as though belief in these other powers ceased and like, oh, that was foolish. Our ancestors were just silly and misguided. Now we worship, the Jewish God. No, these people, there was a significant portion or certainly substrata of society that believed in the efficacy of these beings and thought that the spiritual plane had many different forces there. And though they were kind of mercenary in who to call on and who not to, and mentioning, Christian figures as well as, Asatru gods and goddesses in the same breath, they felt that the legitimacy there was some kind of equivalency in legitimacy, which is important because it speaks to the mindset. When we look at history, the further we are removed from our own time and our own space, we have a tendency to shut off empathy, or like, I don't mean that in an emotional sense, but just like considering the reality of what people really thought, or like these are real people doing stuff. We just look at dates that signify breaks in history as if they're, as if in Iceland at the all thing in 1000, they just all of a sudden like, okay, as of today, everyone in Iceland forsakes the Aesir and we don't mention them again ever. Cool. Everybody's synchronized. And it doesn't work that way. These traditions live in the folk memory for a very long time. And our ancestors at no point are stupid. And the further we look in history, we tend to make two-dimensional caricatures of people rather than consider that they're actual humans that have similar capacity for thought that you and I do. It's not like they went from, oh, we believe these things are very real and a very big part of our life. Oh, wow, now they're completely not. That makes no sense. No, there was a significant time where the belief in their existence didn't change. There was an allegiance shift, or there was an ability to practice publicly that wasn't there. But we have, throughout this whole period, there is a substrata in belief of things beyond what they're told by the Catholic and then the Lutheran Church. And so that's kind of why this is relevant. It's not that these practitioners were devout, but it is about these people very much believed that the gods and many other spiritual forces existed and had spiritual potency. There was a potential for these forces to work in their favor.
And academics are generally very bad at conceptualizing and dealing with that, because academics today have to be so hyper focused on specifics. So like academics can't, in a certain sense, afford to ask like, well, what was going through Ragnvald Odenskarl's head? What kind of society did he have to live in that could produce a guy like this in events like this? They can't do that. That has too many non-answers. It's too inconclusive. They focus on things that are grounded and provable, and that leads to them over focusing on facts and figures. Like after a certain point, people stop talking about Odin. Clearly, they must have forgotten about him. Well, that means that, like the people who are writing don't write about Odin. So if there's a shift in who's writing and what they're writing about, that doesn't actually have anything to do with what's in people's heads, right? Digression, but I want to go into something here with these grimoires, these Icelandic and Scandinavian grimoires. There is two magical traditions that we're going to deal with here. There's medieval Scandinavian Viking Age magic, and then it goes into, later medieval magic. Then there's the earlier classical Greco-Roman Egyptian magic that continues into medieval Europe and then splices into that later medieval Scandinavian magic. But there is an original core Northern Scandinavian magical tradition that we can separate from Mediterranean influences, right? We can actually, and this is another thing, because academics generally don't care what people think, like historical people, they're really bad at separating things that are separatable by virtue of what people think about them, right? And we'll see you'll see what I'm talking about in a bit here. But understand that these grimoires, these medieval Scandinavian grimoires, do have, they do have Mediterranean stuff. They do have what some, I don't know if this is like proper to call it, but what people usually call like Christian magic in them. Many of them do ask Jesus and Satan to do things. Many of these spells do, right? So here's an example of an extremely old little bit of magic in some of these. There's a Sator square in Futhark, circa 1300s in Sweden. So the Sator square is this two You can flip it either way. It says rotas operas tenet arepo sator, or it says sator arepo tenet opera rotas, which arepo is thought to be a person's name, like a given name, like John or something. So depending on which version you have, again, it's the same thing, just rotated so it's in the other order. It either says the farmer arepo works his wheels, or the wheels guide the work of arepo the farmer, right? And so you have this bit of syncretism. You have this extremely old Greco-Roman magical formula in an Icelandic or Swedish grimoire in Futhark. So someone translated this thing to the Futhark. Now, a thing you end up seeing a lot of regarding magic is that when some wizard gets it, he deterritorializes it. He removes it from its original context and he re-territorializes it. He puts it in a new context. So the Sator square as a thing means basically nothing, because any given wizard can take it and do whatever they want with it. There are so many interpretations of this thing that it's almost impossible to come up with the right one, because there's just so many, right? And that's very important with these magical spells and with the symbols of them, right?
All right, so I'd like to make a note here. There are certain things that are just real and exist and have power. We occupy a shared space in Midgard with other earth fauna that have other ways of doing things. Some magic stuff works because it works and because there's a certain amount of shared efficacy in the shared world that we live in. I don't, clearly the Asatru Folk Assembly doesn't advocate for eclecticism, but when you see it magically, it's because people take techniques that work in different contexts, and they're just very often out for effect. And so you see, whatever works, calling upon whatever spirits seem to be powerful, trying to invoke whatever technique works that you observe. Some Italian Satanist doing something has a power that can easily be coupled with an Egyptian Ra worshiper and whatever else. And I mean, you see that obviously today in modern Wicca or whatever else. I think the efficacy in all of those cases is dubious, but what is common a lot of the time is you see a certain grouping of people that are either desperate or unscrupulous or whatever. What I will say, harmonizing what you do to where the practice is more uniform and to where where all of the pieces synergize and work together is much, much, much more effective. It's one of the things in an overarching theme about folkishness, about our alignment with making things match and ordered. When everything matches up and synchronizes, it accelerates efficacy and propriety. And that is felt in the subtle realms as well as in the more obvious and the more mundane. So the more authentic and synchronized a magical practice in the things that I have seen, known, and experienced in my life, the more potent and more effective it is. But a lot of the time in the medieval time period, you have a lot of borrowing, and it comes from a variety of different sources. And oftentimes it gets borrowed several times over by the time it makes it to the far reaches of Northern Europe. Iceland is a backwater that, it is the last place that news reaches on the continent or anything else. If you have magical stuff that goes on the Silk Road and is practiced in the Orient, then in the Middle East, then in Greece and the Balkans, then in Central, I mean, by the time it makes it to Iceland, it's been through many, many hands. And it's something to consider when, wondering about this stuff. And just because there are exotic elements involved doesn't mean that we can't notice the ones that aren't and recognize and find value in them. We can also separate out a lot of the eclecticism that I think eclecticism is the right word, from Renaissance and medieval magic practice if we're judicious in what we do. Carry on.
So a thing to keep in mind with these then is that there's another group of people or institution, as it were, that doesn't like these grimoires. That's the Catholic Church. Catholic Church thinks magic is bad. Catholic clerics, they can perform magic. You plebs, off limits, right? So this creates the fun sort of effect of a lot of magic is done by Catholic Christian clerics because they're the ones who are literate and have access to books, but they're also punishing each other for doing this thing that all of them are doing, right? So legally, these were marked for destruction. So we have a lot of references to these things, and we have a lot of them. But we have so many more references to them than we have the physical copies because they are supposed to be destroyed, right? So there is a distinction here that's worth noting that continental Scandinavian Galderböcker tend to cite the Olympians and Judeo-Christian deities like Mary or Satan, whereas the Icelandic Galderböcks, they tend to cite the Aesir, right? So you can see in the magic, there's more attestations of the Aesir, the more Asatru there is remaining in the area, right? So let's get into some of what's in these. All right. There are 9 parts of the soul, right? The leek, the hammer, the other, the on, or the und, the huer, the mini, the sol, the filgia, and the mingya. The body, the shape, inspiration, breath, perception, reflection, the shade, the magical extension, and the collective luck. So there's a lot of things there, right? What we see is there's a separation between body and mind, shape from body, there's inspiration, animating force, perception and reflection is how I have it in my notes here, but it's analysis and memory. There's a kind of core part of you that continues on into the afterlife. But then there's this magical extension of you, and then there's causal potency. So in the Galderböcks, there's an animating or vital principle. There's a personal image. There's a separable power entity which sends things or is sent to do things. There's an essential core faculty of heart and mind, of memory and reason as related but separate. These features tend to be absent in syncretic spells or the eclectic spells. So a spell that asks, I'm just making this up, Thor to do something is more likely to use an Asatru framework of, we call it the soul complex, but honestly, we should probably it's probably more accurately to say it's the person complex. A spell that cites Mary and King Shlomo and 13 Jewish patriarchs, that is not going to have pagan concepts of the soul. It's going to have Christian concepts of the soul, right? So form versus content. The form is the symbol. The content is what it does. The form, the symbol, is more like genealogy rather than content. as I said, these symbols, every single Galder book has its own set of symbols. They disagree on what the symbols do. They disagree on what you use the symbols for. So some of the symbols in the Galder books do appear to be from continental Europe, right? But some are clearly native inventions. So there's like a compass rose design, which is most famous with the Helm of All and the Viking compass. We'll get there. There's also a scepter and rod design, which is continental. Some of them have writing in them. There's one Christian one that has an alpha and an omega in it. Like it says alpha, and then it says omega, right? Like in Latin letters. However, despite what you can occasionally hear, none that I were able to find are straight importations from the Lesser Key of Solomon, even if they do use the scepter and rod design language. However, they also do not match the general pattern of them. So given this, what likely happened is that medieval Scandinavian wizards were getting these texts from the Mediterranean, but they weren't necessarily being told how to use them, right? Because you could just buy these. It was illegal to do so, but like, no, there were like, you know, mischievous merchants who would import these beneath their like, you know, mountain of rugs that they brought in a wagon, and then they'd sell them, and then they'd sneak out of town, and they just, they didn't sell any books. They're a rug salesman, right? So the books were being imported, the ideas were being imported. Some of these imports might have just been single pages, right? Like a single page of symbols that do something, and the Scandinavian mage would take the symbols and like, okay, I can use this to do something, right? So it's important to remember here, magicians are constantly making stuff up. They're constantly making up new spells. They're constantly making up how to use them. They're constantly tinkering with them. Hang on, I gotta send Nick another picture because I just thought of a good one here to include. Magic is really messy and complicated. So we see attached mythology show up. And occasionally there are these claims that get made, like binding Odin to King Shlomo and the like. But remember, we're talking about multiple texts here. And generally when you see like Redditors well-actuallying on the internet, they are combining multiple texts into like one singular thing, as if there was just one singular idea of how any of this worked. That's not correct to do. So what are we actually talking about here? What are we talking about when we talk about magic and sigil magic? What are these symbols? So we're going to talk about really three, but one is from Northern Europe and two are from Southern Europe. Some ideas of what magic actually is and what you're trying to do. In continental Europe, deriving from Mediterranean forms, there are two ideas. One, the summoning of daimons. Daimon, from daimones, is a Greek word that basically means intermediary. You are summoning an intermediary entity and using them to do things. The other form of Mediterranean magic is what I'm going to call light guidance. I'll explain what that means in a bit. So yes, the Greek word daimones is where we get demon from. Demon comes to us through Christian ideological blah, blah, blah. Daimones does not have negative implications in the Greek. Again, it just means intermediary. So the Neoplatonists posited that the gods live in heaven and they're so amazing and so cool that they cannot simply be bothered to come down and interact with us. So they have daimones, intermediaries, and these are the things we technically interact with via religion in like a lay sense. So like when you perform a sacrifice, it's the daimones that gets the sacrifice. It's not actually Zeus, right? So these sorts of summonings have a few things going on in them. They have a lot of preparation. There's a circle, there's a conjuration of a spirit, there's an addressing to the spirit, an instruction, then there's a license to depart. So what you're basically doing is you're setting up things, you're summoning this entity, you're telling it what to do, you're telling it to go, and then you're preventing it from getting back at you, right? The other kind of magic, that light guidance. So Aristotle posited that there were 44 to 52, somewhere around that many gods who were the Olympians, who are the planets. And they, because the gods are perfect, their bodies were spheres. And so they moved in circles because, of course, right? Their bodies were made out of quintessence, the fifth element. And as they'd spin, they'd pull around the celestial spheres, and the spheres moving behind the gods out of love for them would result in causality occurring, right? And this got interpreted by Muslim thinkers as light. So like the planet Mars emits certain light. How does astrology work? Well, at certain times, the light combinations hit like a child in the womb, and this gives them certain characteristics. It's an extremely oversimplification of how astrology works. So what a wizard could do in this second form of Mediterranean magic is you could basically make a prism that harnesses the light, right? It harnesses the light and then it makes something happen. In both of these forms of Mediterranean magic, we see preparation, we see assemblage of the magical apparatus, and then we see a deconstruction of the magical apparatus. Preparation is usually astrologically bound. People in the olden days cared a lot about what was going on in the sky. So it's also very literary in nature. The magician must consult books of vast knowledge. The sigil, or sigils, the stuff that the magician draws on the ground, it's either something that the magician or the summoned entity or the light stands in or on, or it's what houses the spirit. It's usually on the floor. The alternative is the light apparatus, where the magician doesn't have to be in it, but like the light from the planets goes into the apparatus, right? Again, I'm being a little overly simplistic because magic is really complicated, but you'll see why this simplification is justified in a minute. When they get to entities, these Mediterranean forms of magic are very concerned with binding, with controlling, with housing the entities that are called upon. The spirits are enslaved to a hostile magician's will. There's a lot of concern over correct shape, of correct technical procedure. Failure to follow the correct technical procedure and make the correct shapes produces disaster. So one I've read from the Greek magical papyri, these are really old magical spells from Greek people living in Egypt. And one of them has this complex ritual to summon Kronos, like Zeus's dad, the bad guy. And you have to do the whole thing with your eyes shut, because you summon Kronos and then you'll hear like the clinking and the chinking of the chains that bind him in Tartarus. And you cannot open your eyes, because if you do, he will be set free and have total mastery and power over you. That's actually really spooky. Like, he's the bad guy. You do not want to summon this guy. And yet, here you are. And you're going to, what, command him to, like, go make a woman fall in love with you or something? Right? So, again, summation. Concern over correct shape, assemblage of things, astrology, deconstruction of things. So in these northern magical texts, we see a lot of concern over symbols. There's a total absence of astrology. There's no concern. Go on, sir.
So I wanted to make a mention of it before I forget, and this is kind of a side note, and I didn't get a link to Nick, but it in Introduction to Magic, Volume 1 by the Ur Group, which was a magical think tank supergroup, I guess, of Italian magical experimenters that Julius Evola is part of. There's an article in there that I thought was really useful when I read it years ago called The Knowledge of the Symbol by Pietro Negri. And I got a lot out of that. There's a lot of this book that I didn't get a lot out of, but there are little pearls of things I did. And that's one that I did find really interesting and useful. And I think especially as we talk about sigils, sigil magic, and runes and bind runes as sigils is valuable to consult if anybody wants to dig deeper. So I just wanted to put that out there.
So Northern European magic, Scandinavian magic at the time we're talking about, right? 1400s, 1500s. Total absence of astrology. There's not a lot of concern regarding when you do this. And again, remember, we're not talking about like, do this on a Thursday. We're talking about like, now make sure that Venus is in conjunction with Pluto in the Uranian sphere, according to the lunar calculations. It's really complicated, right? It's not simple when we talk about astrology in European magic. The sigils are generally on things. They're not on the floor for a working. Some of them are like, carve this into your forehead. There's one that's like, put this on the sole of your shoe for like wrestling. There's one that helps a woman, that makes like a woman fall in love with you, that you're supposed to put in your pocket, right? These go on things. They go on items, including your body, right? There's little preparation, if any. Again, compared to like drawing out a really complicated design on the floor and saying certain words, these are relatively simple. The entities invoked in Scandinavian magic here are not controlled. They sort of just help the magician. They very rarely are actually asked to do something. They very often are, simply put, asked to empower the magus, the wizard, the sorcerer. There's zero protection or control of the entities involved. There's no attempt at banishing. There's no attempt at making them go away. There's no attempt at protecting you from them. Mediterranean magic is extremely concerned with preventing entities from screwing you over. These symbols and magical traditions in Northern Europe are oral in nature. The magician memorizes a small set of basic concepts and words to make a language that is used to build complex structures. There's little concern for correct shape, grimoire to grimoire, magus to magus. The shape of a spell matters, but there's not a correct shape in an objective sense, and I'll explain why in a minute here. That's very important. There's not a lot of concern with the shape. Generally, it looks like there was some kind of internal spiritual empowerment that the magician was really using, and the symbol is just a way of expressing that. So this is sort of how rune magic works in the older period, where like the actual magic comes from the rune, the symbol, or the transcendent meaning. It doesn't come from like the little lines that are used to write with, right? So we see this idea present from an older period, but it has, I guess you could say, evolved, degraded, either way, right? It's no longer an alphabet, a symbolic alphabet. It's instead just kind of a symbolic reference, right? And this is why the symbols don't matter. They are used by the wizard to enact causal will, but they're not really important. The Allsherrigodi and I could cast the same spell with different symbols for the same effect, and the symbols would have to look the same for me and for him, but not for each other. My symbol doesn't necessarily have to look like his symbol, right? That is different from how it works in the Mediterranean, where like wizards argue over the correct symbol to use. In Scandinavia, I mean, whatever works for you, bro, right? Compare rune magic from the Eddic period, right? We have 3 basic techniques that are done here. Carve the runes, and carve doesn't necessarily literally mean etch them, but in most cases it actually does. Color them, then speak some kind of incantation, right? So, for example, Skirnir threatens to do this. Egil's Grim Saga has a very the scene where he like makes the horn blow up, like he carves runes onto the horn. He like pricks his finger and uses blood, I think, right, sir? To color the runes on the horn.
He definitely bloodies them. I don't know if it's pricking his own finger or the exact way of extraction.
Okay. But he does color them, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then he speaks some kind of incantation. And then in this case, he carves runes that'll make the horn blow up if there's poison in it. So what we see here is he has a symbolic language that he can use to enact causal will upon the world due to internal empowerment. This is not what a medieval European, like, Italian, Southern German wizard would do, right? The medieval European wizard was using knowledge of mechanisms of reality. He wasn't working with a symbolic vocabulary. So I want, could you put up the Harley manuscript image that I just sent you, Nick? I wish this was bigger. So this shows you a number of these sigils. This is from a Byzantine manuscript. Notice how they're all in a circle, right? And if you like lean in or squint, you can kind of see it here. There's a few designs. There's these compass rose kind of designs where there's like a central point and a bunch of stuff coming off it. Then there's I call them rod and scepter designs. It's like a line with a circle and then another line, right? Then you can see a number of these that have these kind of like just odd designs. There's a lot of stars. This is Mediterranean magic right here, right? Notice how some of them have writing in them. Like they have letters. Like this one here has like EP, backward C, T, some kind of swiggle, right? This page here comes up when we talk about the Helm of Awe and the Viking compass. So could you put up the 9 Helms of Awe 99 times, Nick? Now here is magic from a Galderbach. These are the 9 Helms of Awe. You're supposed to use them 99 times to achieve some effect. I think this one is the one that makes your opponent scared. Notice here how there's a lot of this little compass kind of design, but there's other stuff too, right? This design framework of like a central point with stuff coming out is very common in the Galderbachs. But then there's also other wacky ones, right? Notice that these are not the Futhark. These are not runes as we know them, right? There are some holdovers. There are a few Galderstoffer which are called, like named things that are also the names of runes. Like one of them is named Hagal in one manuscript, like Hagalaz, right? These are individual works of art, basically, by individual magicians. They are not a unified theology. They're not a unified doctrine or dogma. They are chains of symbols. So some guy having a spell named Hagal doesn't mean that he personally knew anything about rune magic, but he did hear or see a spell from someone who at minimum knew about the spell, right? Now, we should talk about the figure of King Shlomo, aka Solomonos, as he's called in Greek. Shlomo is a generic figure of magical origination in medieval Europe. You can attach anything to Shlomo to metaphorically and figuratively and literally baptize it. Any nonsense you want is okay as long as you say that Shlomo is involved. Summoning demons to kill your rival, Oh, that's okay. You learned it from Shlomo, because Shlomo is one of the Jewish patriarchs and is therefore tucked into Christianity. And he was like a master demon summoner in the Bible, right? That was like his gimmick, right? He was like this rabbi wizard. So you see attributions of just all sorts of random stuff to Shlomo in European magical texts, and these are not any different, right? Shlomo fulfills for Christianity a kind of role that Odin does in being the kind of master of magic, where like, yeah, he knows a lot. He didn't tell us everything. That one time he told us stuff. That's where I got this from. Okay, that's legitimate. That's a legitimate and acceptable way to introduce magic in this period, right? So any random thing can be attributed to him. This is important because in Flowers' The Galdrabach, he has Sigil 11 as being Solomon's insigli. This has caused confusion amongst well-actualies on the internet. So I already talked about Odin as the devil. Magic is a tool. Magic in medieval Europe is not moral per se, even though the Catholic Church tries really hard to make it moral. So, for example, there are stories about Seymunder the Wise, Frodi, Seymunder Frodi, Seymunder the Wise. But there's also the evil Bishop Gottskalk Niklasson the Cruel, who is a Christian bishop that like uses magic to abuse his parishioners and gain wealth and stuff. Both of them learned magic from the Christian deity Odin and or the devil, right? So magic at this time isn't really moralized per se, right? So let's talk about the Galdrabach, which is the famous one and the one that Dr. Flowers wrote a book about. So it's originally from the late 1500s. There were 4 scribes. So one scribe wrote spells 1 through 10. The second one wrote spells 11 through 39. The third one did spells 40 through 44 in the 17th century. And that one in the 1600s actually contains many references to the Aesir. Then spells 45 through 47 were actually done in Denmark by the last author. So there's a few kinds of magic. There's 8 spells that are effectively prayers to higher powers. You'll notice here, if you kill a cow as part of a lunar invocation of the sublunar, extralunar, lunar, Venus in conjunction with Pluto working to Jupiter to get him to do something, how are you not just sacrificing to Jupiter and asking for him to do something in return? Past a certain point, you aren't. There is a degree to which prayer becomes a kind of prayer to polytheistic deities becomes a kind of acceptable medium or mechanism by being laundered into magic, because the classical world knew that there was an association between the gods and the planets. When Christianity came along, the gods could be reduced to mere natural phenomena as the planets, right? Therefore, to a certain degree, magic is acceptable. This actually gets into a really nuanced Christian discussion about Christian astrology, because it's like, well, if Yahweh ordained the planets to do certain things, that's not really off limits to look at them. Like if he didn't want you looking at the planets, he wouldn't have put them there, right? So back to the Galdrabach. 8 spells are effectively prayers to higher powers. 23 spells are essentially will extenders via symbols. 33 and 35, like spell number 33, spell number 35, 45, use prayer and symbols, and 3 spells use natural substances. There is a very syncretic theology. 21 invoke the Aesir or the devil. 9 are purely Christian. 8 are Judeo-Gnostic. And 5 are Asatru Christian syncretic. 4 of these actually come from the last 2 scribes, which is interesting because there's stuff in the later period. Some guy who was writing in this book, which had gotten passed from author to author in the 1600s, knew about the Aesir. I mean, of course he did. We've been talking about that, but like This guy was writing about Odin in the 1600s. At minimum, this wizard knew Odin is a figure you can invoke to make things happen. So the last two scribes would have been Lutherans, presumably. So Asatru and Catholicism were both equally off limits, which is interesting because Catholicism then enters that kind of periphery from the Lutheran perspective. However, there's a general Christianization of how the magic works over time in this text. So why are you actually casting these spells? What do they involve? Like what are they for? 18 of them are for protection. 9 are for good fortune. 6 are for discovering thieves. That's a very interesting concern at this time in Scandinavia. So a lot of runes, runic inscriptions are like, Ragnar Herderson owned this boot. This helmet belongs to Grugnolf. So there's a question of why does that happen, because that doesn't really happen all that much in Greece and Rome. Sometimes there's like there's a spear. So sometimes on weapons it's clearly the weapon's name. I can't remember what the Norse and Gothic is, but there are 2 separate spears from like the same period of time, and they both have a name that means reckoner or tester. Get it? Because it's a spear. Like, here's the test, you either pass or fail, and it's the same name but with a slight variation based on Norse versus Gothic, right? So some of this is just clear magic, but there's also a theory that some of this is like labeling. Like, oh no, my shoe was stolen. I'll go to the authorities and tell them. It's like, how will they know whose shoe is the shoe? Well, it has my name on it, right? So there's a theory that the concern with theft and like magically figuring out who the thief is, particularly seeing who the thief is, not just like asking Thor and Jacob and the devil to help you find your boot, but like showing you who the thief was visually with the eye. There's a theory that this comes about because traditional methods of jurisprudence, basically labeling everything, had fallen apart because, for one, you weren't allowed to label things with runes, and for 2, Christian. Yes. Thank you, Nick. Raunias. And then the Norse one is like Reinir or something like that, and that distinction between like Reinir versus Raunias is, and anyways. So in absence of being able to label things and being able to go to a legal system that accepts, yup, it's labeled, it's clearly his, magic solves that purpose by filling in the gap, right? Invisibility is, there's 1 invisibility spell in the Galderbach, and there's 10 magical attacks. 4 of them are like mean, you know? So entities mentioned in this book: Odin, Thor, Loki as a fiend who is bound by the gods, Frigg, Balder, and Freya. Icier that are mentioned. There's no organization or formulas when they come up. It's just lists. The same is true with the non-Asatru deities, with the Jewish patriarchs, with angels. It's just, I know this many names. Maybe one of y'all will help me out. Interestingly, Valhalla does show up in one of these spells. So now we'll get into, it's usually spelled Ægishjálmur, but it's in Old Norse, it's Örishjálmur, because the one with the ash, the A and the E that's merged together, is the modern Icelandic name, not the Old Norse name. This is the Helm of Awe. So in Fafnir Mall, Fafnir is said to wear the Helm of Awe, which might just be a reference to him being scary. But then Sigurður kills Fafnir and like puts the Helm of Awe on. But maybe that's poetic language, because Eyvind Kelda is said to have put on the helm, the hidden helm, the Hulhelmur, when he casts a spell of invisibility and then goes out and plays magical pranks on, I think it's Tryggvason. It doesn't matter. So this is something I wish I had the time to do, but it would be interesting to go through and see if there are any other like Helm of X references in the literature if this is like a regular figure of speech, right? Do you know anything about that, sir?
Not really. Yeah, not in particular, not that I can add.
Because it's like there's these two here, and it's like, oh, okay, that's almost a pattern. But if it's just two, it doesn't help at all, you know. But this idea kind of goes dormant then if it doesn't show up. You know, the Helm of Awe is not a big deal in the Eddas outside of this bit, right? Go on,
Well,
sir.
so I mean, I want to solidify the point about the symbol and like the form versus the content. I'm trying to think of the best way to explain this that doesn't sound odd or whatever. When you have the squiggly snake line, that line doesn't make an S sound. That line's not an S. That line isn't a S noise. We have all collectively agreed that that symbol equals S. So in a way, like runes, the rune isn't the straight lines that are connected that make a design. The rune is the mystery. Those lines that are stuck together are a touchstone for our mind to, oh, that mystery. They're a way to convey a greater concept with a symbol that we all understand what the symbol means so we can communicate it to others. So the Augusthjelmer is a thing that exists. It is a concept. It exists. It's talked about in the lore. The sigil with the snowflake pattern is the representation of what that magical helmet is. The concept is an Asatru concept. The drawing of stick figures to mean a thing is also an Asatru concept. The snowflake stick figure thing doesn't exist in a Asatru context per se, but it is the first writing down of what symbol would represent that real Asatru thing. So I guess, and again, I realize that what I said is a bunch of gobbledygook. It makes a little bit of sense, but it's important to understand the difference between concept and symbol and the directionality of how that comes about. There's different ways to symbolize concepts that are extremely valid and perfectly usable. Just because the symbol didn't get written down until later doesn't mean that the concept's not spiritually valid. An example is the runes. Our people did not make use of the runes in written format until a certain period, but the runes have existed since the dawn of creation. The runes were gifted to humanity by the Allfather at a particular time in history in a symbolic form, but that's not the beginning of that rune. It's just when we had a symbol to write that rune down. If any of that made sense, and I apologize if it doesn't. It's very hard to put words to some of these concepts.
No, that's good. So the kind of point with the Helm of Awe is that it shows up as this thing in the Sigurd and Fafnir mythology. Let's just call it, right? It's this thing that Sigurd gets from Fafnir. Now, in other Germanic literature and actually in Celtic literature, heroes are described as having like glowing eyes, flashing eyes. They have like fire from their head. They emit heat, right? They go Super Saiyan, right? So one thesis is that this Helm of Awe is a kind of poetic term for that sort of phenomena. It's not like this is a hat that shows up repeatedly outside of Fafnir and Sigurd, which is why it shows up, or it's showing up in these magical texts is interesting, because it's actually, as far as we can tell, a not obscure, but relatively minor piece of lore, right? So the symbol in its general usage as being used for terror is pretty consistent. But one grimoire has it as has the symbol, which we'll get to in a second, used for healing cows and wooing girls, and another set of symbols is used as the Helm of Awe. Presumably, the assumption by that mage was that Helm of Awe is a category of spells. So could you throw up the Eishjelmer Galderbach 1590, Nick? So here, these are two Helms of Awe, right? Used at one point. Sorry, I'm looking for something here. So where does this first show up? Could you put up the Eishjelmer from Galdervaker 1670, Nick? Here is, I believe this is the first time this symbol, the canonical one, shows up, right? Could you throw up the nice black and white one for the Eishjelmer, Nick? This symbol here, right? Yeah. Let me try now. Yeah. This is this one here. This symbol is actually pretty consistent as meaning terror when it shows up, right? So if you go online, you can find a Reddit well actually who assumes that this idea comes from the Harley MS 5596 manuscript, the one with all the little circles on it that I had Nick put up a while ago, the one with the block of writing on the right. Therefore, the Sigurður tale and the whole enterprise of magic in Iceland is actually Christian, or whatever that's supposed to mean, because it somehow belongs to Solomon, but when it shows up in Iceland, it's not attached to Solomon. And the symbols in the Harley MS 5596 are actually not this. They look remarkably similar, but they're not this. It has square tridents and two of these little arm slashes instead of three, right? While the differences are minor, any differences in the symbol matters, because while I could have a symbol and the Alls-Herigoli could have a symbol that do the same thing, the symbol matters. My symbol has to be consistent for me. His symbol has to be consistent for him, right? So the symbol is inspiration for the wizard. It's not like the symbol does the thing in the sense that like an iron atom is already an iron atom, right? And an iron atom is always an iron atom. It's not like that. There's like a symbolic language at play here by people who don't actually speak the language. Another grimoire does attach the symbol to Moishe. So, I mean, I guess you could say it's Christian then, but like, it's just attributing this to some random guy, right? That happens a lot with magic. Random figures are attached to these symbols. It's like, oh yeah, King Shlomo made this. Well, who cares? Like, what? Huh? Now, this is a competing idea about where the compass rose kind of center thing with all the arms coming out, symbolic language comes from. That could totally be of English or Greek origin, but it's being attached to two native Germanic ideas. One, the helm of awe, and two, this idea of the symbol as a personal tool used for the expression of inner empowerment, right? The other one is the Vegas Veer. You want to throw that one up, Nick? This one, it's actually asymmetrical. So I was actually hoping the background would be white. That's my bad. It's transparent. Anyways, this one here is actually asymmetrical. If you look at it, each of these arms is a little different. So this one shows up in the Huld manuscript, the Galdrakver, and the Galdrathskrathia. Buffoons on the internet usually combine it with the Eishjalmar and with Shlomo's Insigli, which is a different symbol, and argue that rune magic and such are actually Christian, because in the Galdrakver, but not in the Huld manuscript or the Galdrathskrathia, in the Galdrakver, which is one book, it says that this spell only works if you profess to be a Christian. Like, that's part of the spell. Like, the magical incantation involves professing to be a Christian and then doing other things, right? This confusion gets worse because Reddit debunkers usually compact the Eishjalmar, the Vegas Veer, and Solomon's Insigni into one symbol. That's like, but they're three different. This is not the Eishjalmar. They're literally different symbols, right? I also looked and I couldn't find this in the Harley MS 5596. I could only find images of it. I couldn't find an actual sort of like viewable copy. So I'm willing to be wrong on the Eishjalmar, but the design that I've seen people cite for this, for the Vegas Veer, I'm willing to be wrong. But like, I haven't seen anyone actually demonstrate this design or the Eishjalmar coming from the Harley MS 5596. Similar designs, yes, not these. This one actually, I can't remember the genealogy of it off the top of my head, but this symbol actually comes specifically from a tattoo that Bjork has, like on her left arm, right? And she popularized this specific one as like the Viking compass, right? Do you want to throw up some of the fun, the goofy ones? Yeah. Is this Nabrokstoffer?
Yeah.
The necro. Okay, this is the Necropants one. So this is a really bizarre magical little. So it's done by a man, and you kill someone and you skin them, and you have to be careful not to puncture the skin, and then you take their skin from the waist down off, right? And then you put them on, and then they cinch up, and through various means, gold will be generated, and it will gather in the polite term used is the pocket of the necropants. Like that refers to the scrotum of the pants, because it's literally a dead man's skin from the waist down. And there's usually like basically rules, like if you can't do this or that, or the money will stop, or the pants will tighten and kill you, or this or that or the other thing. You want to throw up the fox one? Yeah, this is to ward off foxes. You should put the one of the barrel up, the barrel. That's the third one from the top.
Oh, it'll take me a second, but okay.
Okay, sure. I'll keep. So this all is a good. The reason I'm talking about the Eishjalmar and the Vegas Veer is because these are popular targets of, well, actually debunker types to attack as this kind of, well, actually, we don't know anything about the Vikings, so you're not allowed to know anything about the Vikings kind of mindset, right? And this is why it's important to like read about these things before going off on them, because it's usually really complicated and it's not as simple as some of these types make it out to be. And this is why I warned at the beginning, like, if you want, I'm not a Gothi. I'm not the Allshayer Gothi, so I can't give a church condemnation of making necropants. Probably shouldn't try and make necropants. It sounds really gross. It's definitely illegal. Wearing another man's skin from the waist down might technically violate the no homosexuality thing. You got to get the gold out of the pocket, right? But okay, sorry, I'll keep going and put up this here is Angergapi, which is carved on the ends of barrels to prevent leaking. And I don't know if this is supposed to be a smiley face or not, but he looks pretty certain about the water tightness of this barrel.
Yeah, it'd be hard to imagine it's not a smiley face.
He's got like eyebrows. And
people had the same faces back then as they got now.
You can look these symbols up, and there's a lot of them, and they do all sorts of stuff. Like, one is to find out if butter was made using milk stolen by a witch or a fairy. One is to like protect against drowning. One is for luck in fishing. There's a lot of these that do just all sorts of stuff.
The wrestling ones I always thought were cool.
Yeah. So Gapalder and Ginfaxi, which are two staves kept in the shoes, Gapalder under the heel of the right foot and Ginfaxi under the toes of the left foot, to magically ensure victory in bouts of Icelandic wrestling in Inglima. So, like, compare that to some of these really complicated rituals from the Mediterranean. There was a comment in the chat that I saw. Yes, there is star lore in Scandinavian literature, but when I say astrology, I mean these really, really complicated, the science of the planets, the degree of complexity that shows up in the Mediterranean is not found in Scandinavian magic.
I've mentioned this a lot at various times on the program. I think it is true with religion, with Asatru religion, but I think it's also true with magical practice. In our expression, it is much more of an art than a science. And I mean that in a couple of ways. So, and I'm contrasting Chris's very analytical and well-sourced presentation with, just some general thoughts. A lot of Asatru efficacy religiously and magically has to do with again, I apologize, words to convey these concepts are not as precise as I'd like. The magical efficacy, the magical might stored within the practitioner, and his reputation before the spirit world, and his force of will channeled into a thing. If that thing is an offering, if that thing is a magical spell, if that, whatever that is, to imbue it or to animate it with the Vitki or the Gothi's spiritual might, that's where a lot of it comes from. It doesn't come from like a precise mixing of the elements to invoke some other creature to do a thing. It is much more about harnessing and focusing the intensity of willpower through the lens of a sigil, through the lens of a concept, through the medium of an offering, or through the medium of a incantation. And so it's very operative in that way. And again, I'm talking about Galdra magic as opposed to say they're different animals. But in this type of magical operation, it is much more of an art than a science to make stuff work.
So art versus science is a really apt thing to point out, as is the emphasis on reputation. So the Mediterranean magic, by definition, almost has a depersonalization of the divine forces, which, remember, for Aristotle and Plato were willful entities. They didn't necessarily have minds that cared about things like we care about, but they were thinking entities. And as this philosophy goes on and is spliced into Abrahamic religion, particularly Islam. So I mentioned that the Aristotelian light bending stuff comes from Islamic origin. So what ended up happening is when the Christians came in, they were really against philosophy because it was pagan. When the Muslims came in, they kind of like essentially freed the regions that they conquered from Christian tyranny isn't the right word, but like zealotry. And so the philosophers were like, hey, can we do philosophy? And the Muslims were like, sure, as long as you like affirm the oneness of Allah and all that. And, you know, remember, this was like attached to the Byzantine Empire had like a 95% tax rate or something. And then the Muslims are like, yeah, you're a Dahimi, so give us 15% of your income and we'll call it good. Like, there is a great release of pressure in the wake of the Islamic conquests. And so we see a much greater interaction with Greco-Roman philosophy because intense pressure to enforce Islamic orthodoxy didn't exist at the time. And so a lot of this magic stuff is in the Orient, in the Middle East. And that's where this theory that the gods are like the planets, the literal, you can look up and see Zeus going in circles around us, right? It's in the Islamic world that a lot of this attempts to harmonize Abrahamic religion and philosophy starts, and then it gets imported into Christian Europe. And there's a big song and dance about this causing problems. It's ultimately why Aquinas wrote all of his stuff. The depersonalization of the divine and of the natural world is a big thing in Mediterranean magic, where it's almost like you read some of these magical spells and it's like, how is this different from like a gravitational telescope? Like the way we detect gravity waves is they set up a really long laser, right? And they know how long it takes for the laser to reach one end and bounce back. And they have a very finely tuned little monitor. And if a gravity wave comes by, it literally makes the distance between the two shorter. So like the time it takes for the laser to get back changes. Some of the descriptions of magic in the Mediterranean world are almost like that, where it's just like, oh, yeah, Mars is just this like force of nature in the world that doesn't think. This Scandinavian magic is just like almost naively certain that like, yeah, Thor is a person, he has opinions of you, you can get him to do stuff by asking him to do stuff. The same way you'd ask your neighbor to do stuff.
So
like,
that's another,
with your mouth.
This is something that needs to be said. Where magic becomes extremely impious is when fat pasty hot topic wizard thinks that in grandma's basement he can command gods to do stuff. It's ridiculous on the face of it, but it is a very common it's a very common silliness that occurs, and it occurs at this point too. It's like if you spin around in a circle the right number of times and say the right magical if you repeat the right magical formula, then somehow the great gods of anything are, or even demons and stuff are somehow compelled to do what you tell them to do. That's preposterous, and it's preposterous on the face of it.
And you can see this with, just to interrupt real quick, the not to necessarily defend Mediterranean magic here. I don't have a stake in the fight. It's like, okay, you're going to try and boss Satan around. Yeah, it makes sense it makes sense to wear protection for that dance. It makes sense to care about like a banishing ritual after you've invoked the devil. But then one of like the fart spell, the spell asking Loki to kill someone with farting. It's like, are you sure you want to open that box up? Like, you sure you want him knowing where you live?
No, so it's, again, one of the reasons I said what I said earlier on, and I know that the material on this is much larger than that about our heroes at the beginning of the show. So I don't want people to get this misunderstood. Magic isn't good or bad. Magic is a tool. There are good applications of magical things. There are grossly impious and improper applications of magical things. This is to mention Asatru currents that continue to stay alive and keep ancestral knowledge amongst the folk during the time of darkness, more than it is a celebration that any of these particular Vitkar are, virtuous Ásatrúar. But there are people that practice Asatru in little pockets, little places by themselves, betwixt them and the gods, as we spoke about, Rakenwald and Eric. So this isn't like an endorsement of all of those things, but it does bring something into context that I think is important. It's one of those things, somebody who is favored of the gods and has a powerful reputation beyond the veil is able to so this ventures into the concept of luck and Haminya. If you build up a certain amount of reputation and spiritual might. Okay, I meant to say this earlier on too. I apologize. I'm just going to put a pin here because it's something I meant to say earlier. All the Hot Topic wizards want to immediately jump in and start being a wizard. Magic and things that would go into the magic category of Asatru are, I've likened it to frosting on a cake, but I think it's even beyond that. It's like sprinkles on the frosting on a cake. If you have to first have a really good cake. You're eating cake, you're not eating frosting unless you're a fatty. The thing is, the cake is the thing. You need to have the foundation of a solid religious practice and a meaningful efficacy in all of the realms in order for you to be effective in your attempts to manipulate subtle energies or affect the world around you in a magical context. People like to use it as a shortcut, and I don't think that it is at all. And I'm not saying this is some great wizard or something, but I see this a lot, and it's important to have the solid foundation of efficacy as a person before you can start playing with things that are beyond all of our full understanding, and that only a very few get a glimpse at in a meaningful way. Chris mentioned a second ago about doing special wardings to prevent bad stuff from happening to you. Summoning and evoking and attempting to contact malevolent forces is a really bad idea, and it opens yourself to bringing in negative things that you don't like. And that's not to think that you can just like sit around and like wish for Cert to enter your body and possess you and do stuff. He may very well have better things to do because he is the cosmic giant of destructive fire and whatever, and you're the Hot Topic wizard. But in reality, if you had the slightest thing to bring that attention, you open yourself to bad stuff. But in the inverse, and I'll say this, and this is just random stuff thrown in. It may not seem like it goes here, but I think that it does. In early modern Asatru, there was a very heavy emphasis on doing wardings and banishings and like hammer hallowings of space in a defensive way to like banish evil spirits or not let bad juju in. I respect where people are coming from, and I'm not trying to say that's illegitimate. What I think is important is having a confidence in your spiritual efficacy and projecting that across the realms. I think that the more we treat spiritual forces as other, the less connected we are and the less effective we are spiritually in our own lives and in interaction with things beyond the veil or with subtle forces in the world around us. I think when we develop reputation and spiritual and moral rectitude in our own lives, we are better equipped to work in harmony with well-aligned spiritual forces, be they ghosts, the spirits of heroes, the spirits of ancestors, Landvatir, or if we were, somehow to get the attention or favor of one of our gods. I think we are in the best position and best suited if we are healthy, if we are mentally, spiritually, and physically healthy, and if we have reputation and might that speaks well of us in all the realms. There are things and forces that observe us, and we talk about the Filia. There are spiritual forces that also follow us and have attachment to us in the subtle realm or the realm beyond the veil or whatever we want to call it, be it our Desir, be it the Filia, be it other things that take an interest in our well-being. Reputation matters. Reputation matters in this world, and reputation matters in the next world. And the better you are able to build reputation for yourself, the more other forces in the world and the universe respond to your attempts to work through them or with them in some way. Again, I feel almost embarrassed every time I open my mouth on this because it flows out like gobbledygook. There's an intention, but it all sounds so, and I've admitted this before, there's a discomfort on talking about some of these things because I don't want to sound ridiculous, but it would be disrespectful not to admit to the truth of some of these things being legitimate, and I wouldn't want to do that. Go ahead.
Just to say here, we like Ragnvald Odenskarl and Eric Clausen, simply put, because they died for Asatru, not because they stole from Christians, right? Like
Yes.
the magic is an interesting. In the case of these two men, it's almost a kind of like trivia. Whatever they were using magic for, they chose to die rather than be disloyal to their gods.
And it's important to restate, and you mentioned it at the time, but it's important to restate, with those two heroes in specific, they had the option. The church at the time, that was a thing. Converting the pagans is like the number one job of a Christian evangelist. So, if they want to repent and forsake Odin in order to spare their life, that's always on the table. That's a thing. And it's very meaningful that they didn't. We have people around us all the time that pretend to be something not Asatru, not an AFA member, not whatever their deal is. They will do that to save their job, to save their marriage, to win a child custody thing that they think it reflects strangely on them for, to not lose friends, to not be uncomfortable at Thanksgiving, to all of these things, and I'm not joking. They're very willing to renounce their faith for fairly minimal comfort. These two men, when their life is in the balance, refuse to renounce their allegiance to the All-Father. And that's, I can't imagine a larger testimony to their commitment to that loyalty.
So let's get to the end of the lecture here.
Cool.
As a kind of a recap, King Blotzbane dies in 1087. Richard Wagner begins composing Der Ring des Nibelungen in 1848. What happens in between? I'm just using Wagner as like a vague marker of the Romantic period. So Snorri wrote the Prose Edda around 1220. The Poetic Edda was composed somewhere around 1000 AD-ish, depending on how you date certain texts. The Codex Regius was written, like physically put to paper, around 1270. Flourishing of knowledge due to the public Christian, private pagan kind of mindset resulted in this stuff getting written down. And all but certainly, there's actually two copies of the prose. Excuse me, it's late. The Poetic Edda. There's the Codex Regius and Hauksbok. So at minimum, there was an attempt to copy some of these texts because it was important for these things to survive. It was more than just Saymunder and Snorri, right? So the Codex Regius actually was lost for a while. It wasn't until 1643 that Brynjolf Sveinsson, a Lutheran bishop, was sent it. He then sent it to King Frederick III of Denmark, who kept it in the Royal Library of Copenhagen for study, where it remained until 1971, and then it went back to Iceland. They actually moved it by boat at the time because air travel was not considered secure enough for such precious cargo at the time. So for about 400 years there, most academic understanding of Asatru was through the Prose Edda, which was the accessible text, barring these sort of like academics sometimes have this hard time because they can't admit folklore exists, right? Some guy can't hear about Fafnir because his grandma told him about it. He has to have access to the Edda to read it, right? So Hauksbok was written in 1380. It is the earliest source of various sagas and thatir that are attested, described, or written elsewhere. It wasn't until after the Codex Regius, however, that it was written. So, sorry. So, how did people know about this stuff for about 3 years or 300 years between 1300 and 1643, and a little bit after, because it took a while for the Poetic Edda to actually be translated, read, studied, etc. They had the Prose Edda, they had oral tradition and folklore. Oral tradition works by breaking things up into units and then conveying them, right? Oral tradition is remarkably good at conveying certain things because it breaks them up into units, right? And if one unit changes, it doesn't mean that other units will, right? So we also have grimoires, and we have people like Ragnvald and Eric who attest to continued knowledge in some form in between, right? So it's not like Asatru was entirely rediscovered in 1643 or sometime after that. Rather, the study of it was bolstered by access to these Eddic poems, right? Olaus Petri was writing in the 1530s, and Peter Rudebeck in 1693, which attests to pre-Regius folklore. Now, yes, Peter Rudebeck is writing after the rediscovery of the Codex Regius, but it wouldn't have been accessible to him. Petri, in particular, is viewed as an unreliable source by some academics because he actually went and studied Icelandic lore by like talking to Icelanders and reading stuff. And so academics, some academics they poo-poo on him in that regard because, oh, well, we can't be certain that he's not making it up or reading things into it, because he could have gotten the Icelandic lore and then contaminated the Swedish samples. That is actually why he is a more reliable source. He went to the Icelanders. He got a purer strain. He can be better trusted to separate the simply put, the innovations from the Ásatrú archaisms, right? Because there is drift over time in oral tradition, but it's a lot slower than people think, right? Particularly once it becomes folklore, people stop viewing it as dangerous. There is a sense that when Odin becomes this character from the before times and is no longer the top deity of the enemy, he's no longer dangerous, so you can go back to telling stories about him, right? So this is why Olaus Petri is actually an important source. He is capable of saying, oh, this Odin fella, he's important. This is a god, right? So Johann Wolfgang von Goethe publishes Das Leben des jungen Werthers in 1774, which starts the Romantic period, which was critical of a lot of Enlightenment rationalism. And the Romantic period brings in a lot. There's this return to nature kind of mindset, return to exterior nature, but also an interior nature. And it's around this time in the Romantic period that people start getting into, hey, maybe we should go back and read this stuff. There's one very important person who said, hey, instead of having schizophrenic delusions, why don't we go read this stuff? And that man was Guido von List, who is born 1848's October 5th, and no doubt will be someone I'm on here talking about at some point in the future. But not tonight. Not tonight.
There you go. So Chris has now signed on to give us part 2, the Romantic period to Steve McNallen. So we will do that at some point in the future. But Chris, thank you for that. That's a lot of information, and I think it's very good information that a lot of folks will be interested in. We do have some more questions tonight, but I think this will be one that a lot of people take a listen to and get something out of. So on a completely different topic, but speaking of rainbows, I know that there is no allowing homosexuals in the church, but if a gay man or woman wants to find some kind of redemption outside of the church, is it possible for them? So this is a truth that might be unpopular, people might not like, but it is truth. Kind of apples and oranges with men and women. So it's treated a little bit different. I think that women making whatever adventurous choices, sure, they can change their life around and fix that. But we know as men, and again, I want to preface, the issue is choosing to participate. People that were victimized, possibly as adults, certainly as children. I'm not saying they're forever in the gay camp because somebody did something to them. That's awful. But if you choose to engage, if a man chooses to engage in homosexuality, that is a bridge you can't really uncross. As far as some kind of redemption in the eyes of the Aesir, in the eyes of their ancestors, they're welcome to try and to do the best they can, and I leave that judgment up to them. Their membership in the Asatru Folk Assembly is a different matter. Homosexuality amongst males specifically is spread by vampirism. It is one of those things that is, we're never going to have 100% of the sample size, but shockingly, disproportionately, beyond all reckoning, is spread through childhood abuse and then passed on through childhood abuse. Male homosexuality is fundamentally a threat to the well-being of our children, and we can't allow that into our Inengard. And that is what that is. It's not to say that every male homosexual is some kind of horrible person or is somebody that is going to molest children. I'm not saying that. I wouldn't make that accusation. But that risk is statistically exponentially dangerous and something that we can't in good conscience have in our Inengard, even if we wanted to. Another question. Oh, not a question, a Nick and Chris side conversation. So I got Nick putting the questions over in like a private chat, but it also has our internal dialogue too. So the next question I got is somewhat of a tangent. I would love to hear your take on the validity of reconstruction of Proto-Indo-European beliefs, Deus Pater and whatnot, since we are on the topic of timelessness.
Timelines.
Oh, timelines. Okay, cool. Reading.
I guess timelessness works, though.
Cool. So reading, its thing. Having old eyes and not wanting to squint is a counter-indicative thing. And so those two are at play here. So timelines. I'm trying to think of the context to put the question in. If we're starting fresh, if the Asatru Folk Assembly doesn't exist, and if we're having this conversation in 1950, pretend that Proto-Indo-European reconstruction isn't a new thing. Let's say that we're aware of the existence of it in 1950. There were a lot of good ways this could have been done. So I appreciate you pointing that out. Our gods didn't spring into existence once Old Norse was invented or once Aryan peoples migrated into Scandinavia. That doesn't bear out logically. Our gods were the gods of our race since the very dawn of our race and our uniqueness as a people. They crafted us. They crafted our souls. The gods that we worship were the gods of our folk in the very beginning. And that takes us to this Proto-Indo-European time. It also means that the gods and the conceptions we have of Aryan divinity are all, they go back to a common source. And that, I mean, that is inherently a valid way to do this. So there's a bunch of different right ways we could have done things. We could, instead of using Old Norse, we could do everything in German or, medieval High German, or we could do it in Gothic. We could do it in Anglo-Saxon. There's a number of right ways to do this that could have happened. Another right way that could have happened is for us to try to do everything in a reconstructed Proto-Indo-European nomenclature. That would have been just fine. And I don't fault the validity of that. I don't, that is not bad because it's bad. Here are the reasons that I think what we are currently doing is better. Because we're midstream of doing it this way, and this way is shown that it is blessed by the Aesir. That is a huge one. But even if it weren't, Proto-Indo-European reconstruction isn't, we don't have Proto-Indo-European sources. We theorize based on commonalities amongst other better attested developments amongst Aryan peoples to trace back what we assume a root religion would have looked like. And I don't think that's wrong or invalid. But we have access to, in the most complete and the best attested way, Aryan religiosity as was practiced in Old Norse in a period in Scandinavia where we have literature. That is the most complete, most connected version of the authentic faith of our ancestors that we have. And as I mentioned earlier, when stuff synchronizes and all the pieces fit together cleanly, it makes everything function with a exponentially potent power. Practicing this in the Old Norse nomenclature with so much, almost all of our lore being written in that conception, in that worldview, in that cohesive nomenclature, is the best and most useful route towards getting to those our shared gods. It is also, and I think this is very meaningful, there was many opportunities for things to be successful. The thing that was successful is the Allfather awakening the soul of our founder, Steve McNallen, under the name Odin, under the practice of Asatru in the nomenclature of the sagas and the Eddas. That is what took root. That is what has thrived. That's what is existent in a way that is moving forward, and that is currently bringing worship and glory to the Aesir, to the shared gods of the Indo-European Aryan people. That's what's working. If our troth is to the Aesir, if our loyalty is to those Proto-Indo-European gods, this is the thing that is bringing them temples. This is the thing that is bringing our folk home to their worship. This is the thing that is working, and all Aryan peoples should get behind this to glorify our gods and to bring our folk back into troth with them. But yes, as a concept, no, I don't think that, reconstruction of Proto-Indo-European belief is wrong in any way. I think reconstruction and re-understanding of what that looked like can inform and help add richness and add dimension to our practice. Absolutely. Nick mentioned a book in the chat, the Wheel and Donkey, Deep Ancestors. And I think Deep Ancestors touches on a lot of those. I know it's been, treated in a number of different books and different papers and such. Deep Ancestors, I think, is one that I read that really struck a chord with me, that talks about those common roots that tie our peoples together in, Aryan or Proto-Indo-European conceptualization and language. I think that's really important. So yeah, I think that's fascinating and good, but I don't think we should sacrifice this for that. I think we should roll that into this, help that shape the way we practice this.
I think that people sometimes get into this problem where, like, Christians in America often view biblical Israel as this sort of golden age to be mimicked, and they view Christianity as being about basically making our society more like biblical Israel. And that mindset gets transposed onto other religions. Like, if you're a Taoist, you want to, make America look like Warring States China. If you're a Buddhist, you want to make America look like India circa 550 BC, right? And that's not really the case with us. Like, we haven't, Jews have been given explicit commandments by their deity, or so they claim, to like dress a certain way. We haven't. We have no reason to privilege the Old Norse period over the Proto-Indo-European period, or vice versa, except in as much as they are useful in bringing us to the gods. We worship the gods here, now, today. Our descendants are going to use different names for the gods in how they speak, unless they start speaking Old Norse again. And if they do, then it becomes a living language, New Norse, Young Norse. And then they're going to start calling the gods different names eventually anyways. Frankly, it's kind of, in my opinion, a foolish prospect to think that one language could, like, Thor is bigger than us. Surely his name is bigger than our ability to pronounce. So then what are you really trying to achieve by being archaic and like, we should worship in the Proto-Indo-European fashion? I'm not saying we shouldn't be informed by that stuff, certainly not, but we're worshiping today, not 7,000 BC.
Well, yeah, and I mean, the same thing gets said about today versus the Old Norse period. And the thing is, you pick something and go with it, and this is what we've picked and what we're going with and what's taken us in a way that's successful and has brought everything together in a meaningful whole that all connects. But fundamentally, and I think this is important to make a note of, and I think it's especially relevant on today's episode. Eric and Rackenwald, they weren't scholars on Old Norse. They didn't try to do Viking stuff or pretend they're Vikings. They were late medieval Renaissance era Swedes, not pretending they were anything other than who they are, reaching out and establishing troth with Odin and the Aesir. You can do this in a lot of right ways. Yes, you should do this with the Asatru Folk Assembly, because together we harness our collective ability to move this forward. When we're dispersed, we're disordered, and we don't move this forward. But, and I've said this before, if we find ourselves on some distant planet at some distant time, and all of the source knowledge is irradiated and we don't have it, we still have access to our gods. they are still our gods. Whatever language we use at the time is still effective to communicate with them. So
Thank you. Thank you. I've literally spent the last 3 minutes waiting for my turn just so I could say that very thing saying about your space Aryans. I totally wanted to quote that. But now let's skip to the last question because it's in the same vein of what we're talking about, and then you can go back.
Sure. Let me scroll to it. Cool. In regards to the Mediterranean area, how does the AFA feel about Hellenic polytheism and the ancient Greek religion? Okay, so I want to say this as a fundamental truth that transcends anything else, any other consideration. Anything that glorifies and elevates our gods is good, and I would never stand in the way of or disrespect that. That said, I think that the Hellenic version of our faith is more the knowledge that we have of it in modern day has been very much tainted by a couple of different currents. There was a significant mixture of not Aryan religiosity that made its way into Hellenic polytheism in the ancestral period. And then we have very little source material from pious, polytheistic, loyal to the Olympians Greeks. We have a lot of material from later atheistic, euhemerized philosophical treatises where the gods are like characters to make their point, but to where the people have very little piety or are straight up impious and sacrilegious. I don't think we have the clear conception of what Hellenic polytheism looked like in a very pious age in the same way. And I think that the modern attempts at it, again, that have been enough to where I've seen them and I'm aware of them, are almost exclusively degenerate. I don't see pious worship. And again, I am certain that somebody out there's some, Greek man out there that does these things. So this is a general statement on what has gotten enough attention that it's come to my awareness. But I don't see pious worshipers of Apollo or pious worshipers of Zeus. What I see is it's immediately Bacchic orgies. It goes from zero to just complete hedonistic abandon of moral rectitude immediately. I don't see a lot of morally upright, virtuous behavior that way. I see it go almost immediately to like an excuse for degeneracy, an excuse for sexual extremism, and not a call to virtue. And that's something that I don't see and this is the case not just with that, but with almost all returns to or attempts to reconstruct a form of paganism. And I don't mean that so much with Slavic or Baltic countries. I mean that really specifically with like Celtic paganism and Mediterranean paganism. It very, very quickly becomes degenerate. And I don't think that, again, that's a very broad brush, so I want to qualify it that way. What say you, Chris?
With regards to the United States, I agree with your bleak assessment. I haven't seen anything equivalent to us worshiping Zeus and Apollo in the United States. I've done a bit more research on how things are going in Greece. I think if you're Greek in Greece, it's one thing to do, you know. Greece is an interesting case for the return to piety in Europe because the Orthodox Church is still deeply in bed with the government in a lot of ways. So like I remember I was reading about this because there's like one group, its acronym is YSEE, which is the acronym from Greek. The name is the Supreme Council of Ethnic Hellenes, which is an absolutely amazing name for a group, by the way. But they wanted to do like marriages and funerals, and in order to so the way that, as I understand it, the way it was relayed to me, the Greek state was set up so that the only religions it legally recognized were Christianity, Islam, and Judaism. Greece had freedom to practice religion, but only those three could interface with the government. And so like if you were a Buddhist and you wanted to do a funeral, you had to get a Greek bishop to sign off on it. And there was like an internal agreement between the rabbis, bishops, and imams of Greece that they just weren't going to give any legitimacy to the Hellenists, the Zeus worshippers. So there was like a row about that, of them basically being denied their constitutional rights. I know they have temples. I don't know the degree of their piety or how organizationally coherent they are. Again, this is in Greece, which I think is a little different from the implicitly American answer that you gave. You were giving it an American answer? Am I correct in that assessment, sir?
I was giving stuff that has made its way to my attention answer, which those are likely one and the same, but details matter.
I like Greek people. I like Greek stuff.
I like baklava.
Yeah, temple. Yeah, baklava and Greek temples are nice.
I don't like feta.
The Bacchic orgies. Let's not have that. But I think it's important to remember here that a lot, just expanding on what the Alter Ego said about source material, a lot of what we know about Hellenic religion comes to us through media that was made for entertainment, and that carries with it certain, I don't want to say errors, but like as an example, Aeschylus made a play in which he depicted Achilles and Patroclus as homosexual lovers, and the crowd found that to be so blasphemous because they weren't homosexual lovers that they stormed the stage and tried to murder him, and he only escaped by like physically fleeing for his life. Like presumably the rest of the actors slowed down the mob that was trying to kill him. And so that clear authorial, whatever it's called when an author just takes a decision and makes that into the story, gets like theological attention where it really shouldn't. That doesn't actually, that shouldn't be accounted for in trying to understand the mindset of these people and reconstruct, and find eternal principles in these ancient attestations of practice and theology. And my thought would be, we do have stuff in the Norse corpus that was made by people who were trying to educate people in the future, trying to fling a light into the future, trying to make future generations aware of what this stuff was and what was important. It's the Poetic in Proseda, and the Gylfaginning of the Proseda, namely, little plug for a future episode that will be coming down the pipeline, as I understand it. I've spent a lot of time reading classical literature and the like, and I'm not aware of anyone who sat down and was like, all right, let's start with the basics. Zeus is in charge, short of like Homer. And it's a little cheap to start with Homer. You know, we don't have any kind of, here's the basics guides for theology and even practice in a certain sense, like we get with the Poetic Edda and the Gylfaginning and various texts like that.
And what you do have is like you've both said, it's so washed and such. Like you mentioned the Bacchanalian orgies, obviously Bacchus being the Roman version, but
Dionysus.
But if we're going to Greek, Dionysus,
Dionysian orgies.
Yeah, but that's not even with the what I would call the legitimate, or like that's such modern, and by modern I mean like Middle Eastern take on it.
Yeah,
because if you really look at Dionysus, his thing is liminality and thresholds, and that's why drinking is involved in it to a way, because that puts you in a very liminal mind space. He has a lot of attributes that I could actually relate straight to Odin, but there's so much trash from elsewhere and from the agnostic, atheist, Platonic philosophizing that just gets washed onto Greek, that you're looking for a needle in a haystack to get to actually any truth and anything that was actually Aryan.
I think part of the problem there also is you bring this up with like the Dionysian mysteries. The philosophers have a tendency to move towards, like their skepticism brings them towards impiety at times, but you have the opposite problem with the mysteries, where let's just ignore the question of legitimacy or anything and just assume they're legitimate. These are extremely specific, in-depth cults for a specific audience who had already fulfilled their obligations in their traditional ethnic religion. That's not to say that, again, without ever actually referring to any one set of mystery religion here, you know, that's not to say that they're legitimate or illegitimate. It's to say that that's not really the point. Like, we in the present day obviously care about starting at the basics. The advanced stuff is not, this is kind of silly, but this is like a Christian example. You see this with people who like are really interested in high level Russian Orthodox monk mysticism, but they haven't gone through catechesis. Like, they haven't undergone the basic change of the soul that their religion requires them to do before they can even think about doing mysticism. The mystery cults of the Hellenic world would require of one a fulfillment of effectively what we're trying to do here before one, like you couldn't participate in the Eleusinian mysteries if you weren't, among other things, essentially a catechized member of the, I'm tired, so I'm just saying this simple, Hellenic church.
Don't let those basement wizards hear you say that. You don't have to do the deed for 30 years before you can do the magic. Come on.
Do we have any more questions?
So we don't. We are at an end.
I think there's the one that Gothi Mayo sent in. I'm sorry, I'm really tired. I wasn't sure of the seriousness of that one. I don't know what he's.
You violate the rules of the chat when I'm like, there's none left. Yes, I know that's there. I just didn't want to talk about it because I don't know much about it. So, Chris, all right, here we go. Chris, tell us about the fisherman that was accused of consulting a Finn to give him good winds. Go.
I'm sorry, I don't know.
Sometimes there's reasons when they come internally while I'm like, we're out of questions tonight.
He was going to skip my question too, so don't feel bad, Gothi Bodhi.
Wait, what was your question, Nick?
Mine's the one with the 2 question marks to start with it.
Well, so Nick, yours is confusing because you're in the chat as Nick, and I don't know if it's a question
I
or if
think
it's you like talking to Chris about your nonsense.
I
But
mean,
I'll
I'm
go on
talking
that.
smack
So,
and I'm asking a
all right.
legit
So,
question.
well, you should not mix the two. Don't blur the lines. Anyways, Bodie, we will get to it. I genuinely have never heard this tale that you're talking about this.
yeah, I know there.
Fin.
I've heard.
So I need to do some research before I can adequately address that. Truth is one of our virtues, so I will admit I'm unaware of that. I do hold the liberty of I don't have to answer internal questions from AFA leadership, so I take those kind of when I want to and when I don't.
I've read stuff about Finns and their persecution by the Swedes. I just don't know if this is
yeah. Finns are kind of the Finns and the Sami are the poetic go-tos for like getting strange wizard insight on stuff. So, okay, next question. So, especially with the Mediterranean versions of all the astrology, blah, waiting weeks and weeks for just stuff to line up, memorizing all of that jazz, and killing the cow just to beg for your hangnail to stop hurting. At what point with all of this does it just become better to do it your damn self? If you want good fortune, get a job. So, point taken. And I want to... All right. I will farm it out to Chris first, but I want to speak on this because I like where your head's at.
And
Chris,
I did not cuss. That says darn. There's a space between there's a little break between that R and that N.
I can't see it because I'm old and I'm squinting and it's late at night. So let the record indicate I said damn, not him. Go ahead.
Speaking of the Hellenic world, there is a phrase that goes something like, the gods help those who help themselves. And Greeks actually to this day continue to say something to the tune of, Athena, guide my hand as I do this. I think in an older time, people knew a lot less about how the world works, and people were a lot weaker in the amount of causal power they had over the world. And magic was very appealing to people who couldn't get a job because they were experiencing a famine, not because they were lazy. I'm not trying to knock magic or frankly religion here when I say this. I think that people turn to anything when they are legitimately desperate. I think if I may summarize it, there's no, you can't magic your way out of being a loser is completely correct. I think there is a degree of legitimacy to the idea of using magic as a way of conceptualizing how to act. I've never really done that. I've never felt the need to. I'm not trying to brag when I say that. It's just a fact. I think if you're using magic to try and solve a problem that is fundamentally caused by your lack of virtue, though, then that is like a put your house in order before you start telling other people what to do kind of a thing. I know that I feel kind of bad saying that because I'm telling other people what to do by saying that, but you get the metaphor I'm trying to make here.
So I want to throw this out there. I think you're making a really good point. This is the difference. I don't know. Again, it's late. One time when I was living in St. Augustine and trying to get my feet under me, I was dangerously low on funds. And ends weren't meeting, and I was in a spot where we were about to go on a trip up to Winter Nights in Pennsylvania. And I was at the point where, a couple dollars here and there really mattered. And so I did a Runegalder, I feel silly calling it magical working, but I did a Runegalder directed incantation thing about Fehu and about the situation I was in to hope that I would find a boon. And then within a week, I had a couple of interesting occurrences. I had at the bar I was working at, I'd found money, which I don't do, but I found like, 20s and stuff. I had someone tip me money, which they don't typically tip the bouncing staff. And then, and again, it's small change, but it was really meaningful for me at the time. When we were driving up to Winter Nights, we stopped in Bethesda, Maryland to gas up. And at the gas station, I found a wallet with $400 in it. No identification in it, no cards, no anything else. An empty blank wallet with $400 in it. So there was no like, oh, I should turn this in. I should find the owner. I should do this or that. I am not saying 1,000,000% that is magic happening and it's a miracle, but that's the only time in my life that's happened. And it happened directly following my very rare attempt at trying to cause something like that to happen. So I think a lot of the time magic is born out of, or the use of magical practice is born out of desperation and out of need. And I think there's a power in that. I think there's something that happens embodied in, the mystery of Nauthiz, to where that adds an authenticity to the energy you are putting into a magical circumstance. I think magic might be best used when you don't have anything else to do. And if you've gone the distance you can go, you pray and you use magic and you hope for the best. Again, I don't think the gods are great on wanting to necessarily answer prayer outside of you making the efforts. And I believe that very much. And I think that involves magic, but I think it also involves just general piety. I think that there are times that the gods are well disposed to want to answer calls for help if you are doing your part to make things happen. But again, as Nick says, you're doing magic about good fortune, go get a job. So yeah, if you are trying to do something magical to bring good fortune your way, you should also be putting in applications and trying to do what you can do. And then you should be baking the cake. And then if you want to add some frosting to it, okay. Somebody put kind of in the comments, I don't know how intentional it is or how not, but it's a valid point. It's like fat people are bad Hot Topic wizards. I think something about that too. If you're in bad shape, go to the gym, do the work. If you need help, cool, but be doing the work in order to get it. And I think a truth in that comment is also build your foundation to where it is solid before you try to work on the little fine tuning of mysticism. I've said before to some of the basement wizards, I'm like, cool, how about I stand at one end of the football field, you stand at the other, and I start coming at you and you start casting spells, and you see what happens first. Who's going to win? Am I going to get to you and beat you down, or is your magic missile going to hit before I get there? And it's funny because when put in a practical real world scenario, it doesn't work like these people suggest that it does. And the people that suggest that it does, it doesn't. A kind of a thing to put out there on magic. People conceive that you're going to cast a spell and you're going to shoot out the Hadoukens when you do the right little semicircle on the directional pad. magic isn't about like shooting fireballs and like calling down lightning strikes and whatever. Very, very often it is about very subtle things that others might not perceive, but that the person practicing, the practitioner of subtle arts will notice and can, nudge something. It's not about altering the fundamentals of reality that we all understand in a big, jarring, ridiculous way that challenges belief. It's about recognizing synchronicity and harnessing synchronicity towards a willed end. And in reality, that doesn't look like it does in a movie or something fantastical. But we've kind of I like this episode a lot. I like the information Chris presented, but I also really like we're talking about a topic in depth that we don't often spend a lot of time on. And I hope that our audience appreciates the subtleties of it. Again, it's not the majority of stuff we talk about, but it is important and it is relevant. And I think that there's a segment of our audience that, wishes that we addressed it a little bit more. So I'm glad we got an opportunity tonight. Chris, thank you for joining us. We appreciate you. Your episodes are always awesome. You prepare and do your research, and you are able to, in relatively short notice, develop a mastery of a topic to present to us, which is awesome. And so thank you for being on tonight.
It's a pleasure as always, sir.
All right. Well, been a good show. As he alluded to earlier, next week, Speckinger Svan and I will be on to talk about and begin our study of Snorri's Edda. We will talk about the introduction and we will begin the Gylfaginning. So we're very excited about that, and we're excited to have you guys with us. Until then, hail the Aesir, hail the folk, hail the AFA. Remember, victory never sleeps.